Okay, we are hot. Shalom, everybody online. Shalom, brothers and sisters out here in the school today. I hope everybody's having a Tawab Shabbat, and hope everybody's Friday night was Tawab as well. Shout out to the brothers that are getting the word out: San Antonio, Houston, Cabo Cabo, Guatemala, Kazaki out there in Norfolk, Rochester, New York, Zion, Quadzap in Houston. Hope everybody's doing well. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Once again, we're gonna get back into another Sabbath class. Before we go into it, obviously we'll get our prayers in. So, brothers, okay, this doesn't want to listen to it. Brakatay Hawa Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Brakatay Hawa Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa. Nathulanawa. Award. Zayawam. Fawadam.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Brakatay Hawa Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Brakatay Hawa Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa. Nathulanawa. Rayach. Nayachacha. Fawadam.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Majim Wapunya Yerushalayim.
Rise and face Jerusalem.
Israel, rise. Brakatay Hawa Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Brakatay Hawa Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa. Nathulanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. Fawadam.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anashya,
Ayanyamya,
Pahoyam, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Jonathan, Lamawat, Rogalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamoyah, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamon, Yashara, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Cesaria, Al, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makol, Word, Yashemor, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashemor, Awarakia, Wabu'aya,
Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharab. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharab. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharab. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodesh, Hayah, Shemkav, Yahweh, Malak Wavkav, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Netananawa, Yachom, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachna, Chawatna, Kasalachna, Chawatna, Wala'ah, Tabyana, Banasawan, Abo, Awashina, Mayan, Rai, Hayah, Laka, Amrakwa, Waha'ah, Wahatha Pa'arat, La'ah, Walamya. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Aya, Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
2. La'ah, Ta'aina, Laka, Fasol, Wala'ah, Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
3. La'ah, Falach, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
4. Zakor, Hayawam, Hashabbat, Lakwalashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6. La'ah, Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
7. La'ah, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
8. La'ah, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
9. La'ah, Tha'aina, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10. La'ah, Thachamad, Ko, Asherah, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai. Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Okay. All right, Israel. You shopping?
Take seats.
Okay. So what we're going to start going into now. Fix this up so I can. We've been going over. We've gone through from Genesis. We've gone through Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. We've continued forth through Joshua. Obviously, we've gone through Judges, Ruth. Now we're in 2 Samuel. We've gone through the whole scripture. So we're in 2 Samuel chapter 8. And before we dive into chapter 8, just want to give everybody a verbal recap of how things went in 2 Samuel chapter 7. In 2 Samuel chapter 7, David's intention was to build the Most High a temple in the Most High's name. And his mindset was, we're going to sit back here. How can I honor the Most High? He pretty much said, we got Jerusalem. We ransacked Jerusalem. Jerusalem's now in our possession. What can I do now to show the Most High, to give the Most High his respect and his honor? So the goal, his thinking was, let me go ahead and set up a temple in the Most High's name so the Most High can dwell. Then the Most High quickly responded to Nathan the prophet and said, listen, man, I don't need a place. I don't need a building that's in my name. There's not going to be any place that's going to contain me. I travel where I want, and I travel wherever you're at. But he said because of the notion was honorable, he was going to establish the king and the rulership through his generation from forever through multiple generations. And because of that, he also let David know that he wasn't going to build the temple during David's hands and during his time, because David's hands were too bloody. With all the wars and all the fighting to establish the empire of the Jews, it was going to go into his son's name, and he was going to be the individual who ends up building the temple. But from that discourse between Nathan, the Most High Nathan, and David understood that it wasn't his time to build the temple. So now we're in chapter 8 of 2 Samuel. And you can kind of tell by the tone of it, there was an acceptance that David wasn't going to sit back here and focus on building this temple. He was going to establish and give his mind to building the, what's the word? He was going to sit back here and I'm going to go and focus on establishing all the territory possible. I want to show a quick picture online. And if you can look online, you'll see the land and territory that was inhabited by the Jews during the time of Joshua. And it's important to see the differences in how the landmass was set up during the time of Joshua versus what ended up being the landmass and space during David's time. You'll see a significant difference. But in order to establish the territories, if you can go online, you can see the images. I'm talking it, but if you want to see the actual physical images, I have it online. And in order to establish the empire to its totality, a lot of bloodshed had to be established. Because if you go back to the book of Joshua, the intention was to cover a multiple amount of space. All of the promised land, it was going to take a lot of fighting, a lot of dedication.
And it was, listen, Israel, if you look at the, Israel had been losing land. Huh? Israel, since Judges.
Before we lost it,
yeah,
we didn't even finish it. Yes, sis?
What did you say? What does the green represent?
The green was the land that we had inhabited. But we were supposed to go all the way to the edge.
to the coast.
See all that brown?
Mm-hmm.
All that brown westward was supposed to be us. We just didn't fight. We got to a point,
Okay.
we got to that green area, and we started getting comfortable and start getting our wine cellars together. That's what it said. Listen, we got to a certain degree, we started having things, so to speak, and we got comfortable, and we stopped fighting and finishing the battles. Because it got to a point where Joshua was getting older, and he couldn't lead the people through war. So his response to the people was, listen, man, you guys got to come together, tribe for tribe, and hatch out the rest of this space.
And get these nations
Out of
off
the
the land.
Because
that was the order.
The order was to finish what he couldn't start because of his age. And he was like, listen, I can't lead you in battle anymore. It's up to you to go ahead and keep trekking westward. Now, what Joshua did is, even when you're reading the scriptures in the Josephus, they did a proper assessment of the value and the caliber of the land, and determining by how fruitful it was and how quality of the land, all the tribes were dispersed their allotments. But some of their allotments was also in foreign occupied territories. And the Most High said, listen, this is your land. If you want it, you got to go fight for it.
We had the same job that the white man had to do with the Native Americans.
Got it.
White man had to say, listen, this is manifest destiny, sea to shining sea, this is our land. They sing about it, right?
So you're going to have to sit back here and fight blood, sweat, and tears to get what's yours.
And they kept pushing pioneering, they kept pioneering west, establishing, dealing with those invasions and raids from Gad, getting scalped, and still sitting in the cavalry and establishing land masses, then giving fake treaties.
Yep.
That's what Esau did to get his land. through blood.
Yep.
But our land was given to us from the Most High.
But it was still given, but the conditions were the same.
Yeah.
You have to go fight to finish
God, complete.
the battles.
God.
The crazy thing was this: if they were united, they just would have took turns coming together and invading. But what they were saying is some of these cities were significant stronghold cities. If you cut it on, you're gonna flame with me. I'll get all that stuff out. Point is, there were significant stronghold cities, so it would have taken a lot of time, energy, and effort and unity to continue to push westward. So the reality is, during the time of Joshua, this was the landmass that we chose to stop at. Then back to your point, once we got comfortable, we started sinning. Then we started losing a little bit of land that we had. So now all these nations will sit back here, all the riches that we gained from leaving Egypt, heading out to Israel. We started losing all our riches. Listen, we left Egypt rich. Then we entered into Jerusalem or Israel and got even richer. Exactly. And with all the riches that we accumulated, we just would lose it over one battle over another.
Yeah, we started getting.
Because we were sinning, you know, because what we started doing, we started acclimating ourselves to the beliefs and religious systems of the nations. And the more we intermingled, the more we accepted that we were going to coexist, like that damn T-shirt always says, coexist with all the religious symbols. When we decided to coexist with the nations, is when we started to get weak, and the nations started taking us over.
We got liberal as a nation.
Yes.
We got very liberal, and we started looking for new concepts, new culture,
to stimulate us,
new ideologies.
Yep.
New. We started to build relationships with our neighbors.
Yep.
Those neighbors were nations.
And then we started following their gods,
their
beliefs, and we started losing the little bit of land that we had.
We lost what got us to Israel.
We
lost the spirit that the Most High put on us to establish our land. So we had 50% more territory to amass, to take care of our children. But it became more about that generation. Just like now.
Just want to read one scripture on that. 2nd Ezra chapter 1, verse 6.
Right, you got it?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, let's salute you in. What does it say?
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bada Shah, Bada Shah,
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bada Shah, Bada Shah, Amazing, Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabbatah,
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh Shabbatah. This thing doesn't want to listen. So what verse you got, Shimon?
2nd Ezra chapter 1, start at verse 6.
Come. 2nd Ezra chapter 1 and verse 6.
Yep.
Because the sins of their fathers are increased in them.
Go ahead.
For they have forgotten me.
And that's always the problem with the children of Israel. As soon as we get comfortable, as soon as things get good, life gets good, and we're not on the brink of loss,
utter collapse,
or destruction, or we're not on the verge of straight panic, as soon as any type of weight is off our shoulders, when the weight is off our shoulders,
it's part of time at that point.
It's relaxation, it's comfort, it's ease. We can chill now.
Yeah.
We can do us. We can do what we want to do.
Yes.
We can kind of go at our own pace.
Yep.
And the first thing that we do is we forget about the Most High as soon as we're comfortable. And that's the nature of our people. It always happens. It never fails. Read on.
And had offered unto strange gods.
Then our hearts and our minds go in different directions.
Just take it.
As soon as we're comfortable, our minds go a different direction. We go a different way. We stop focusing. We stop studying. We stop concentrating.
Yeah.
We stop praying. We stop believing because there's no need to. Our people are sometimes on a need the Most High basis.
Yep.
We only worship the Most High when we need Him.
No doubt.
But if there's nobody sick, ain't nobody hurt, there's nobody in the hospital,
then it's my strength.
Ain't nobody in jail, or prison, right? Or ain't no family in jail or threat of going to jail. You know what I'm saying? When I got him facing 20 years.
Then this shit.
Yeah, then
everybody's belief is amplified. He facing 20.
The belief is like I ain't got no choice but to believe. Yeah,
Jesus is my Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
Where is the nearest Church.
Yeah. And
Telling ya.
have you read your Bible lately? Of course, that's our people though.
Yes, sir.
It's always got to be something pressing on us to stay focused. Read
Yes.
on.
Come. Am not I, even he that brought them out of the land of Egypt?
He said, but I'm the one that you should have been given your obedience to from the beginning. I brought you out of Egypt. Read on.
From the house of bondage?
Go ahead.
But they have provoked me unto wrath.
How do we provoke the Most High unto wrath? Go ahead.
And despised my counsel.
Because we stopped listening to the Lord. So if we're not listening to the Lord, who are we listening to?
It's your own advice,
Our own opinion.
Yep.
We start making our own plans. And when you start making your own plans and you start making up your own imagination and serving your imagination, this is when we deter ourselves from following and fall off to start following other nations and gods.
Con. So we got more?
Yeah, one more.
Okay.
Con, read on.
Verse 8.
Read
Pull
verse
thou.
9.
I'm sorry?
Read the verse 9.
Come. Pull thou off then the hair of thy head.
So when you say pull the hair off your head, that means you need to have some humility. You need to self-reflect and look at you're the cause of your pain.
Yep.
You're the cause of your problems. It's not the Most High's fault. He said, show some humility. Pull the hair off your head. Go ahead.
And cast all evil upon them.
Go ahead.
For they have not been obedient unto my law.
And this is what the Most High is telling Ezra. Somebody, you got to do this to show these people how extreme they've been.
How negligent they've been.
Look at how. So you got pull. It hurts to pull your hair out your head, man. That sometimes it leaves bloody patches. So he's telling Ezra, this is what you got to do to these people to show them how extreme they've been. Read on.
But it is a rebellious people.
Go ahead.
How long shall I forbear them?
Go ahead.
Unto whom I have done so much good.
And that's the question. That's a question that the Most High is asking. How long do I gotta keep putting up with the people that doesn't see me as a good power? They always despise me as soon as they get comfortable. I've done so much good to them and for them, but yet they despise me at every turn. So that's the nature of our people, and that's the question the Most High asks, because it's almost like, will we ever learn that why don't we just constantly give our obedience to the Heavenly Father at all times, and we won't put ourselves in this position where He has to punish us?
That's the ultimate $1 million question, man.
Okay.
And this is the question that haunted Israel once we left Egypt. Once we left Egypt, once we got to the land of Israel, once we got to the quote-unquote land of milk and honey, once we started seeing success and winning victories in wars, and I'm going to show you once again online that we didn't go very far in finishing our battle. Because the question the person has to ask themselves is this: the Philistines and all these countries to the west represented this. Is going through all of this discomfort worth it now that I have these things in my life? Because that's ultimately what you're saying. What you're saying is, why can't we continue to push forward for more, knowing that's what the Most High wants for us?
Right.
Because in our mind is, why am I going to attack and fight these men with 6 fingers on each side, 6 toes and 6 fingers, these giants? Why am I going to go to war with these giants when I already have something at the house? When I already have some land at the house? Why continue to push when I already have something? It's almost like our people, when we have nothing, when we're at the bottom, there's a justified reason to fight.
Because you know what that justified reason is? It's called hunger.
And that's a damn good reason to fight.
That's why we fight. We hungry.
But you know what? When you're not hungry anymore, is a person's desire to fight the same? And the answer is no.
The answer is no.
And and this is what the Most High exposes about the nature of our people. We fight because we have to fight.
Mm-hmm.
We don't fight because this is what the will of the Father is. So with that being the case, that was the issue with our people from the time of Exodus to Joshua.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're here in 2 Samuel. Now David has realized, you know what? I'm not going to be the man that ushers in this temple. Because I'm going to show you the image of Jerusalem back in the day. An image online. Imagine this minus the temple part up top. And you're going to see what ancient Jerusalem was during David's time. So up top was all hilly and just rocks and dirt and grass. Solomon sat back here and took the top of that part to the next level. So what David's decision was is, you know what? If I can't build the temple for the Most High, then the best thing I can do for my son, who was going to set up this temple, is to eliminate and eradicate all threats, foreign and domestic. I'm going to sit back here and wipe out all the competition, and either they're going to be vassals to me, I'm going to set up garrisons, I'm just going to wipe out any threats that are imminent in front of me. Now, when we showed it earlier about these damn Philistines and how much land and leverage they had and how we were afraid to deal with them during the time of Joshua, and how Saul, when he was king, had a lot of struggles with the Philistines, and it was a constant giving and taking of land. Now we're going to go and read 2 Samuel 8 and see what David finally does with the Philistines and other neighboring nations that were hostile to them. So, 2 Samuel chapter 8, verse 1.
Con. 2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 1. And after this, it came to pass that David smote the Philistines and subdued them.
He was the only man to subdue the Philistines, because when you read 1 Samuel, you would constantly hear the Jews, Saul would overcome, with his armies, would overcome the Philistines, and they'd come right back. Next chapter. It was a constant, the Philistines weren't giving in. Now the Philistines were known for having 5 great cities of the Philistines. Okay? Now I want to kind of explain that. I want to kind of give an intro about that, because this is what happens. So he says, David smote the Philistines and subdued them. Read on.
And David took Metheg-ammah out of the hand of the Philistines.
Metheg-ammah is almost translated like the mother of cities. And the mother of all those 5 cities that the Philistines had was Gath. Don't forget, Gath was the same city and the same king, I think his name was Lachish, that David made that ambassage of peace with. Remember David was going to sit back here and fight with the king of Gath? And the other 4 kings of the city said, man, you can't sit back here and take this guy to war when we're fighting Saul. He's going to turn cold on us and kill us. So David wasn't allowed to fight for the king of Gath, because the king of Gath gave David, not restitution, but a safe haven in Ziklag.
Yep.
So he could sit back, him and his 500 to 600 men that were with the legions with him on the run from Saul. They had safe passage in the land of the Philistines.
Yeah, David had political asylum.
He had political asylum, but you know what? At this particular point, that asylum was over. He said, you know what? Now that I know that my son's going to build the temple, I got to wipe out these guys once and for all. They're too much of a thorn in our nation's side. So he went at Gath, which was the mother city of the other of all of the 5 cities. That was the mother city and the most potentest of all the cities of the Philistines. And this is how he subdued them. He got to one where he broke the Philistines once and for all. So, read it from the top again, verse 1.
2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 1. And after this it came to pass that David smote the Philistines and subdued them. And David took Metheg-ammah out of the hand of the Philistines.
How we can prove it, Metheg-ammah was Gath, is we go to 1 Chronicles 18 and 1. You're going to hold 2 Samuel. Go to 1 Chronicles 18 and 1.
1 Chronicles chapter 18 and verse 1.
Read 1 Chronicles 18 and 1. Give me that, sir.
Come. Now after this it came to pass that David smote the Philistines and subdued them, and took Gath and her towns out of the hands of the Philistines.
So that mother city was Gath and those surrounding towns around Gath. That was their epicenter.
And wasn't Goliath from Gath?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, he
but
was.
All I know is that's the mother city. That was their hub and the centralized part of their countryside. Now we're going to start seeing how the land looked. If you look on the screen again, you're going to see now that land that David had control over. Now all of a sudden you only had Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, and Philistia. No, wait, one more city. I forgot. It's not Joppa. It was one more city that made 4. Gath was no more. David sat back here and finally subdued and kept the Philistines under control and pinched them on to the coast cities to sustain that empire. And this is what did, and it was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that was required to establish the throne and the empire of David, so that Solomon can be referred to as the Prince of Peace. Solomon wasn't able to sit back here and establish the temple and make it what it was, and make the kingdom and take the kingdom to the next level, if he had to deal with wars and armies and killing and warring.
It would be too much of a distraction to build a temple while you're fighting a battle.
And that was what David understood. He says, if I'm not going to be the guy, if my hands are too bloody, and that's why I can't be the person who builds the temple, then I'm going to get my hands even more bloody. Yeah. So my son don't have to deal with this crap.
Let me go ahead and eliminate his battles for him.
So now that the land could be at peace, so that my son can reign in peace. Listen, this is a bold move. This was a strong move. And this literally was the move that started getting David's empire and taking it to its apex. So they sat back here and wiped out these Philistines. And as you know, these Philistines were no chumps. They weren't some light people. They weren't easy to take over. Okay? So we got that. Let's continue in verse 2. In 2 Samuel 8 and verse 2.
2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 2. And he smote Moab.
Now you go on that map too, you see Moab. Moab, there was little skirmishes between us and Moab throughout time too. But they sat back here, took out the Moabite people, and started establishing taxes and making them pay taxes and tribute for the betterment and the upkeep of the nation. But check out what he does with the Moabites, man. This was vicious. Read verse 2 again from the top.
Come. And he smote Moab and measured them with a line.
So what he did is he lined up all of the military men who surrendered. So first of all, they whipped their ass. Excuse my French. Then everybody who said no mas, they put them in a line. Read on.
Casting them down to the ground.
So they were all on the ground, laying on their back, lined up in a line. Read on.
Even with 2 lines measured he to put to death, and with 1 full line to keep alive.
So what he's saying is 2 out of 3 had to go. 2, this little pig is dead. The next little pig is dead. The other one get up and walk over to the side. This next little pig is dead. The next little pig is dead. And that third, you can get on up. Can you imagine if you was like the number 2 guy? You know, and you know that starts to happen. You start counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Sit. I'm at 3.
Yeah. They were like, you cut in line.
You know I was trying to cut.
He had my spot.
Listen, it was it, man. But what he did is he completely weakened and decimated the Moabite army.
Was he being ruthless or was he being merciful? Because he did save some of them.
He was being merciful. I mean, he was being ruthless and he was being smart. Because if I completely take out your army, how can you defend yourself enough to pay me? So he kept enough warriors going to keep the city going, so you can send me that tribute.
He just demilitarized Moab.
He demilitarized it like
That's
Russia was doing Ukraine.
Like a mental breakdown.
Well, not mental. No, listen. If I got 200,000 men, or let's say I got 300,000 men, I just cut your forces down to 100,000. You're significantly weakened.
And business is no different. A company will take another company over, and they'll say, "Listen,
hostile takeover.
We're sorry we have to fire about 70%."
No, layoff. It's never gonna say fire. We're gonna lay off.
We bought your brand name.
Yeah.
We already established, financial communication. We already established communication with, we see who we need here.
Yeah.
We're gonna establish we need this department, this department, this department. The rest of these departments are no longer necessary.
Oh, okay.
But the company is still in existence. but they're only keeping certain departments of that company functional.
We're downsizing. But now I'm sitting back here, I'm trimming the fat, and I'm only keeping what's necessary for the maintenance of the city.
Yeah.
So David just cut down the enemy forces by 1/3, so that 1/3 can sit back and pay tribute to King David and the Israelites.
To this day, Moab believes in fate, like really crazy.
Listen, you can't tie that together, but kinda.
They say everything is fate. It was when David.
If you was number 3, I guess you was a lucky. You drew the lucky straw.
But wasn't he supposed to kill him?
What's that?
Wasn't he supposed to kill him?
No, because the thing is this: it wasn't about taking Moabites' land. If you look at the map, it wasn't about taking their land, because that land wasn't promised to us. The Moabite land initially was allowed for the Moabites to keep. It was just about these guys are neighbors, and they're too close to let them stay around here and build up armies and be a threat to us.
Right. It's no different than what America did with the Japanese after World War II.
Yeah.
After they dropped them 2 bombs on them, they didn't allow them to have a military force. They were no longer allowed to have a military. Only a national defense. And that to this day, the Japanese only have a national defense. They don't have an actual army. And that's what David did right here with these Moabites.
So what they just did, they kept them in check and kept them subdued, and that was the challenge.
And that's
so
what white man does.
Whether it's Moab, whether it's Ammon, whether it's Edom,
or black people, that's what the white man does with his policy, with his systematic Caucasian survival tactics, which is systematic racism. We already know that 2 out of 3 of you will be incarcerated.
Yep.
We already have these Planned Parenthood clinics inside your neighborhood to reduce the population by this much by this time period. We have this many cancers and this many train tracks going through your neighborhood with carcinogenic properties and carcinogenic, I guess you get attributes in it, so that we already know so many of you will die based off of sickness. Then we know
the diet,
that disease, heart issues, and drug addiction based off of opioids, fentanyl, cocaine, or heroin.
With guns too.
Huh?
They do that with guns too on the trains.
Oh yeah, exactly. So they have a multi-pronged approach to keep the so-called Negro
Down,
in a condition.
They'll let the train break.
And then they'll keep their token Negroes.
Yeah.
And they'll let a certain amount of ones.
Beyonce, Jay-Z, LeBron James, we like these guys.
Yeah.
And we'll keep them as symbols. Oprah Winfrey. There's Denzel Washington. We'll keep the ones that are the most compliant, compliant Negro, and then they'll direct and guide the nation for us. This is military warfare. Blacks don't look at our conditions of proactive warfare.
but it's all strategic. And this is what David's doing. I cut down their population. I can keep control over them, and I'm gonna put garrisons there. Just like America sits back here and they put their what do you call it?
Forts.
Not forts, but
their bases.
Military bases and their embassies.
Yeah, embassies.
They have their embassies all around the world, and then obviously through their debt policies, they end up sitting back here, putting military bases. Once they loan you a bunch of money, you can't pay it back. Now you owe them a favor.
Right.
Multiple favors.
Resources.
We're going to sit back here and send you infrastructure. You're going to pay for it. It's going to be on your dime. And we're going to sit back here and put these bases in here because you can't pay for the infrastructure that you said you wanted. Now we have more. Then once you still can't pay the debt, now you have to be a swing vote in the UN elections. Now you have to sit back here and side us on policy. Everything we're doing, you got to back us because you're in our back pocket. Yep. We owe you.
We owe.
But this is how they keep leverage over nations over extended periods of time. Yes, sis?
What does that red represent? I'm sorry.
That red ribbon is like the border. It's like the borders of that land area. That's all. Okay. And Ammon had their land that they were allotted. Moab had their land that they were allotted. The crazy thing with Ammon was pissed because once we passed through Moab, we were trying to get around the Amorites, which were neighbors to Ammon to the left, to the west. And what ended up happening is, you'll see that little river, the Jordan River, right? The Jordan to the east of the Jordan, that area was controlled by the Amorites. And we were trying to get around the Amorites to cross Jordan. They didn't let us cross to get to Jordan, so we had to go to war. And to the victor goes the what?
Spoils.
So we took all of that land up north. Now the crazy thing is, you see Ammon kind of pushing west. They was just kicking Gad and Reuben's, you know what, and taking more chunks of the pie. But Ammon was mad that they weren't having access to more of that land that was close to the Jordan River.
And it's the thing, when you deal with cultures, you deal with taking care of masses of people. Listen, you're going to take care of masses of people.
Well, look, because everybody, I
resources.
don't mean to cut you off, but everybody likes to go back to original property lines. This is why Russia's fighting for Ukraine again. Because ultimately, before the Cold War, what happened? I mean, during the Cold War era, Ukraine was theirs.
Yep.
That whole, listen, Russia had all the way through Poland. They had control of that whole Eastern Bloc.
Yep.
So honestly, they have as much right to it as anybody else. Now, through all of America's proxy wars is what helped break that Eastern Bloc and communism up. Anyway, not trying to get too deep. What's the point? The point is it was a military strategy that David used to keep the Moabites down for at least a couple of generations. If you wipe out 2/3 of their warriors, they can't procreate and establish more warriors for at least another 30 some odd years. It's going to take some time to rebuild your resources. And that was the point. If you cut their leg off, now my son has an opportunity to build this temple.
With no distraction.
And the kingdom can function with some type of stability.
So he can die and be at peace and know that I died, but guess what? My son has a
ample
30-year
opportunity.
It's a 30-year window to excel past nations.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this world is. It's Gentile nation versus nation, and it's about who can get the most territory, who can get the most resources, who can get leverage,
and who can dominate positioning
That's
for years
life.
to come. Well, I don't know if y'all been hearing online, but you have Russia and China are partnering up with Saudi Arabia to try to have control of the entire energy and oil production in the world. Once Russia and China are already linked in through a business level through BRICS. BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They've been working in position and posturing to get Argentina to lock in with BRICS, along with getting Saudi Arabia. That's such a big move, because if Saudi Arabia leaves America, because Saudi Arabia and America are married at the hip
with the
petrodollar. Because what it means is whoever can control Saudi Arabia can control whose monetary system is backed the most, because the whole world operates off of gas and oil.
Mm-hmm.
So what China and Russia are trying to do is Saudi Arabia already said they're going to transfer their petrodollar to the yuan, right? To the Chinese yuan. They're already about to do that. Now, if they and OPEC line up with Russia and China, now the yuan is going to be the national monetary currency of the world, which means the dollar is going to drop significantly.
And just so you know, on a side note, when Biden got elected, before Biden got elected, the yuan was going down because they were unsure of what president was going to be in office. When the idea that Trump's going to be in office, the valuation of the yuan was down.
Because he was embargoing them, cutting them off from the business line.
Once the day that it was established that the true winner of the election, quote unquote, was Biden, man, bro, that yuan went up. Their money went up. The value of their money, what their money could buy, what one yuan could buy, went way up, and the currency of the United States went down.
And it's going to get worse once Saudi Arabia makes it official that they're lined up with BRICS. Mm-hmm. That means Russia and India, Russia and Saudi Arabia are going to control, I would say, 3/4 of the world's energy resources. And you know, America can set up all the embargoes in the world. You're not going to be able to control. The world's going to have to go to Russia, and they're going to have to go to Saudi Arabia. Yep. And there's no getting around it. So either you're going to have to pay for the oil in the yuan or the ruble. Their currencies are already rising. Even through all those embargoes, Russia's ruble is still the highest currency because their currency is gold backed. America's currency is they just print up money.
No, we're printing money because we're depending on the concept that no matter what, as long as you have power over the Middle Eastern territory, where all the oil goes into dollars, I can print as much money as I want because it's all going to be oil in the ground.
So, but the problem is this. The problem is the oil guys are going to Russia
Well,
and
that's
China.
a big problem.
That's a real problem. People aren't talking about it, but they're about to switch all the money and the power is going to go to the east.
Yep.
This place is about to collapse. But let's go back in the Sabbath class. We can talk about the collapse of this place another day. But this place is about to collapse.
It's the same thing happening. It's a transfer of power that we're reading about now. It's still relevant.
And this was just how Esau and his Willie Lynch programming and the systematic breakdown of our people, he was able to stay on top of us for generation to generation. This was David's way to generationally cripple these people for a period of time. Okay? So, read verse 2 again.
2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 2.
It's real, bro. This is... Read that. I'm sorry. Keep going.
And he smote Moab and measured them with a line, casting them down to the ground. Even the 2 lines measured he to put to death, and with 1 full line to keep alive. And so the Moabites became David's servants and brought gifts. David smote.
So now they started giving gifts. Now they were paying homage to David. Now David was the supreme guy that they had to go through. Now they were sending tributes to David. Okay, now resources and power was going to David to keep building up the empire. Read on.
David smote also Hadadezer, the son of Rahab, king of Zobah.
When you sit back here online, you'll see that image again, how David took out the king of Zobah. Zobah was present-day Syria. He started taking over the Syrian empire because that land was going further and further upward. What you're going to start realizing is a tone that what David was setting. David was sitting back here and trying to re-extend the borders that was controlled and dominated by the Jews. Not just the basic borders that we had during the time of Joshua. Because when you sit back here, I guess we can go to it now. When you sit back here and read Genesis, go to Genesis. So go to Genesis 15 and verse 18. We might as well do this now. You see Zobah's in the top right-hand corner, right here. And it's in Syria. And you see this border at the top right-hand corner. The border kind of goes to the Euphrates River. Okay? Now we're going to see why David went all the way to take out these guys in Zobah. Let's go to Genesis 15 and verse 18.
Genesis chapter 15 and verse 18.
Let me get it. I'm talking all this jazz. I got to get it. Okay, go there.
In the same day the Most High made a covenant with Abram, saying, unto thy seed have I given this land.
David understood this, that the promise that was given to Abram years back, he said, I'm going to give you this land. Read on.
From the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river of Euphrates.
Now I'm going to show you online how that looks. This is the promised land. If we're going to get ultra technical, that land is what was promised to the Jews.
And so, let me say,
if you want to see it, you just go on to the
go on to YouTube
so
and you
can see the maps.
You'll see the map that was the land that was promised to Israel when the Most High talked to Abraham.
Yeah.
He said you're supposed to have from the Nile to the Euphrates. That's what he said. He said that the river of Egypt, that's the Nile. The Nile runs from Egypt all the way down to to Ethiopia.
So Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia, our territory. The majority, the best parts, according to the river, where you have the water.
The river, because see, back then we didn't have all these. We're gonna sit back and subdivide this land to this perimeter, this land area.
Yeah.
It's from the river to the river.
Yeah.
That was the landmark side. That mountain to the river. So the Most High said, Abraham, from the river in Egypt, and that means all the way it runs from the top all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
That's your land. all the way to the river Euphrates, which runs through Syria and Iraq.
Yep.
All Saudi Arabia, all that's ours, man.
Saudi Arabia, Yemen, what's it right there?
Oman.
Yeah.
United
Iraq.
Arab Emirates.
All these rich, wealthy areas
Dubai.
where people live here. Those
That's us, man.
Those areas of wealth.
It is
Extreme
all
wealth.
power and wealth. And he says that land area is ours, and it was promised to us through Abraham. So what David is doing, he's extending out the borders as far up as the river Euphrates. That's why he started attacking and going up, dealing with Syria. And what you're going to see is what he did. He sat back here and took it to the river area. That border was the start of the Euphrates.
That's what the Bible said.
That's why he
Bible
did it.
said.
And see, this is why he took the kingdom further than anybody else was able to take it. Out of sheer will and drive and desire, he understood that he wasn't going to be able to sit back here and bring the priestly element to Israel, but he could damn sure do what? He could damn sure kill as many damn neighboring nations to create peace and to extend out the empire as much as he possibly could.
That's right.
Okay. Now, what he ended up, we're just going to keep reading about what happens later. So, read verse 18 again from the top, just to make sure we're clear.
Genesis chapter 15 and verse 18. In the same day, the Most High made a covenant with Abram, saying, "Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates."
Now, even David on his best day couldn't get that much land, because you would have had to go straight do a straight invasion of Egypt. You had to take care of all of the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, but he did the best he could with what he had. So let's go back to 2 Samuel chapter 8 and give me verse 3 again.
2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 3. David smote also Hadadezer, the son of Rahab, king of Zobah.
And that area, king of Zobah, was where Damascus is, which is Syria. They took out Syria. Read on.
As he went to recover his border at the river Euphrates.
See what he said? He went to recover his border at the river Euphrates, because he understood in Genesis 15 that one of our borders was the Euphrates. So that's why he took the war to these cats in Zobah.
So you're telling me that King David followed the Bible?
He followed instruction.
Wow.
And this is why the Most High said David was a man after his own heart, because he finished and he followed the expectations the Most High had for his people. Where most other kings and leaders were about themselves and grandstand.
They did what they wanted to do.
Yep.
Right. They wanted to party with the Gentiles. They were partying with them too. Mm-hmm. Making friends, hanging out, exchanging ideas, getting connected.
Now listen, let's not just get twisted. David did establish connections.
Yes. With Hiram,
because that's why Tyre was spared. Because Tyre was a merchant city, and they were able to use that cedar. Listen, Hiram was smart. Because don't forget, before this, as soon as Hiram took over Jerusalem, as soon as David took over Jerusalem, Hiram said, "Hey, dog, I got some wood for you, man.
Yep.
You want the best? You want the best wood in the country, B? I'ma shoot it to you. I know you gotta get your palace deck, G. So let me shoot you the best wood ever, and we're gonna be cool, right?"
Yeah, I ain't gonna kill you. I ain't gonna be good.
Listen, I was all strategic and intelligent at the same time, man. So it worked out, and that a connection with Hiram was established. So this is what David did. So he took out the Syrians to establish and recover his border at the river Euphrates. Read verse 4.
And David took from him 1,000 chariots.
He snatched 1,000 chariots out. That's a score out. Yep. Read on.
And 700 horsemen and 20,000 footmen. And David hugged all the chariot horses.
He huffed all the chariot horsemen. What does that mean? Does anybody know what huff means?
Cut their legs.
Huh? He cut their legs. He cut them off. He took out all the horses' legs. Well, not all of them, but just enough to where
they had that string. We have a hamstring, right?
That ligament.
Yeah. He broke that ligament.
Yeah.
So you do that. If an athlete, let's say Kobe Bryant, has a.
You got a couple of athletes in here too, man. Listen, if you jack up your hamstring, man, you can't do it like you used to. You mess up your MCL. Don't mess up.
You're never gonna be able to do it. You'd be used for war. You'd be used.
Go riding off to war on the
Yeah, because the scripture tells you in Deuteronomy 17 and 15 that you're not supposed to collect a bunch of horses to yourself. Hold this, go to Deuteronomy 17. There's a reason why he did this. He said David huffed all the chariot horses, but reserved of them for 100 chariots. So he only kept 100 of the horses. You know, most kings, even when you read, remember we read in Judges the whole time that all these judges kept taking horses out.
Yeah.
And he's kept taking horses. When the most don't stop taking horses. Yeah. Stop taking and adding all these horses unto yourself. That was not the expectation ever. Read Deuteronomy 17 and verse 15.
Come. Deuteronomy chapter 17 and verse 15. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Most High thy power shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee.
So an Israelite brother should be put in a position to be a king. Read on.
Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother.
Exactly. Read on.
But he shall not multiply horses to himself.
The king was not supposed to multiply horses to himself. That's why David only took 100, and he sat back here and made the other horses unable to be those show horses and those runners and those war horses. Oh. He said Most High didn't want us to have all those horses in the stable, so to speak.
And also another side angle on this is there's an old saying that if you have an enemy, buy him a horse. And it's because horses require so much resources. You gotta keep taking care of them. It's all types of resources.
It's very expensive.
You have to dedicate to the horse. It's like when you buy an expensive car and the cars break down all the time.
These animals eat all the time. You need people to work the animals and take care of them. And
caregivers.
Yeah.
That's even today. They said if you see somebody with horses, you know they got some money.
Hell yeah, they got money.
That's how you can identify who got money because it takes money to maintain horses.
Yeah, that's real.
Yes, it does. So these are the reasons why the Most High huffed all the majority of these chariot horses. Okay, so let's go back to 2 Samuel 8, verse 4 from the top again, sir.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 4. And David took from him 1,000 chariots and 700 horsemen and 20,000 footmen. Mm-hmm. And David huffed all the chariot horses, but reserved of them for 100 chariots.
Okay, exactly. So he kept 100 for himself. Read on.
And when the Syrians of Damascus came to secure Hadadezer, king of Zobah, David slew of the Syrians 22,000 men.
So listen, these warriors, the fights in Syria, it was a lot. So we see the Syrians of Damascus, what you see is south of Zobah. They came to help the king of Zobah, and they got wiped out too. So in this process, he's wiping out all of these heads in these different patches of kings in the land of Syria. Read on.
Says,
and the Syrians became servants. Just give me verse 6 again. Verse 6.
Then David put garrisons in Syria of Damascus.
That's how you control and make sure uprisings don't happen. It's just like what the Romans did to the Jews.
Yeah. Well,
the Romans let the Jews do their thing, and they would have little packets of garrisons to make sure that the police, they had police and they had
Roman roads.
Roman guys that sat back here and enforced the policies of Rome.
They say that during the time at the height of the Roman Empire, there was only 300,000 Roman soldiers to control the whole world. And that for a small population of Roman soldiers, the way they would set up those garrisons is that every 300 yards they would have a small watchtower with 2 men in it, and then they would go another 300 yards, and then they would have another watchtower with 2 men in it, and then another 300 yards with a watchtower with 2 men in it. And by that area, by spacing themselves out, having Roman soldiers positioned and then garrisons set up around leagues of of Roman soldiers that were ready to hit the Roman roads and go to war, they were able to dominate and control the whole known world with only 300,000 soldiers. And that's how you position yourself to maintain a stable economy, or to police, like a war said, to police the people, because that's where the Romans actually created the term police or polizei. They're the ones. That's where the term police comes from, the Roman Empire. So you set up these police officers in garrisons to control the people.
Wow.
Bro,
That's crazy.
and that's what happened. I'm gonna sit back here and I want to send another image real quick. I'm gonna put this on here. Just give me a second. Let's keep reading. I think I just wanna kind of take this part here and drop this image here. Oh, I gotta do that. So let's go. Let's keep going.
Gone. Then David put garrisons in Syria of Damascus.
So he put garrisons, which were those ways they can sit back and stay on top of the people, in Damascus, because that was like their hub city or their power city. Keep going, sir.
And the Syrians became servants to David.
The Syrians became servants to David. So now they had another garrison, another setup to where these people were paying his bills and covering the empire for the greater glory of the empire. So let's keep going.
And brought gifts.
You know what sucks? It's sad. It's a beautiful thing to talk about, but it also sucks because we only had a powerful reign for 80 years. David reigned for 40 years, but the truth is, he only had control totally of Israel for 33. Then Solomon had 40-year reign, and after that, everything split up. So, Esau could sit back and say, the Romans were in charge for 200 plus years. The Greeks had a hell of a run, and black man had a 80-year run. I'm like, that's as far as the Israelites had that? Damn, man. It sucks.
Well,
because we just didn't follow the law. It wasn't like we weren't capable physically and militarily, but the Most High wasn't going to allow us just to run an empire just in the flesh.
Off of us.
We had to be in order spiritually and militarily, and he wasn't going to give it to us any other way. I always talk about mighty Israel. We talk about the mighty Israel with kings and princes, and out of the whole span of society, we had an 80-year run. It sucks. But anyway, so let's keep going.
Oh, it was world domination for 8 years though.
What they got to do? Listen, white man had control for 500 some odd years. What are you talking about? The Greeks been in power. Well, let me take that back. The Greeks were in power 331 BC. Mm-hmm. Then it was 1,000-year time when we had a little run. We shared it with the world empire with the Arabs, because all those wars during the Crusades, that was us versus Ishmael. So that was when, and we were fighting Ishmael in Africa. So we had a low reign. We split it also a second time, and we lost it again. Yeah. So Esau's been in control for a hell of a long time. Anyway, I don't mean to change the subject. So let's keep going. Let's keep going to scriptures.
God. And the Most High preserved David whithersoever he went.
And it was a reminder that what the Most High told David. You're not going to pigeonhole me in chapter 7. You're not going to pigeonhole me in some temple. Because all the nations would make the implication that their God was in this temple with this little crafted item in this building. This was where our God was.
Like Dagon.
Exactly. The Most High was like, I'm with you wherever you go, as long as you serve me. I'm not like the other nations.
Right.
You're not going to pigeonhole me in some temple and say, this is the house of the Most High. That's why in 2 Samuel 7, the Most High said, listen, I will let your son build a temple for my name, not my presence. So he's reminding the reader that, hey, the Most High was with David wherever he went, because David's heart was pure in the consideration of putting the Most High first. So let's keep going.
And David took the shields of gold that were on the servants of Hadadezer and brought them to Jerusalem.
Those shields must have been fire to sit back here and bring them home. Read on.
And from Berothai, cities of Hadadezer, King David took exceeding much brass.
Listen, their storehouse was off the chain. Listen, all the work that David and Solomon put in, you know what's crazy? When Rehoboam came in, which was the son of Solomon, he started breaking the laws of the Most High. Remember Solomon? It said Solomon's kingdom, silver and gold wasn't accounted for, right?
Okay.
By the time Rehoboam came into power, the Egyptians came and just took out their land out. And all Rehoboam had, they lost all their gold shields, all their silver shields. All the men had brass at that point out. The kingdom went from gold to brass within a couple years out. All the work that David and Solomon worked to accumulate to get this place high, they gave it up in weeks. And that's how sad and scary it is, how quickly we can lose things based off of incompetence and negative in the eyes of Heavenly Father. Which is why we have to take every day and very carefully consider what you do, and very carefully consider your conduct, because the Most High can take away whatever you have in an instant.
Yep.
And it's so important to be right on point in the fight to stay in order with the Heavenly Father, because you can lose it as quick as you got it, quicker than how you had to work to get it. So let's continue. The Most High was with David wherever he went. They was taking shields. Okay, good thing is, when you see the extent of David's kingdom, the Philistines' land was wiped out very small. The Tyre and Zidon people, they didn't have that much, but they used that port area to make their money. Then you go further up to Hamath. They were enemies of the Syrians. Okay, so Hamath, Toy, king of Hamath, was like, you know what he's thinking? David's about to come west and take us out. So what did Toy do? Heard that David had smitten all the hosts of Hadadezer. Read verse 10.
Then Toy sent Joram his son unto King David to salute him and to bless him, because he had fought against Hadadezer and smitten him.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Read on.
For Hadadezer had wars with Toy, and Joram brought with him vessels of silver and vessels of gold and vessels of brass.
So what the king of Hamath was, and now listen, the crazy thing is that land's supposed to be ours too, because that land goes all the way up to the Euphrates.
Yep.
So technically Hamath was supposed to be ours too.
That's modern day Lebanon.
Gun. All that's supposed to be us. But the guy, this Toy, beat David to the punch, made peace, brought gifts. Now you don't have an enemy anymore. And he understood that these kings, listen, that's another 30 years of an empire. I don't have to worry about them. We're cool with each other. So he's still establishing these relationships so that his son doesn't have to deal with anything once he's in power. Okay? So once again, David's hand was very bloody, but it took all that bloodshed and that sacrifice and that dedication to get the nation to where they had to be. So Solomon can sit back and focus on the pursuit of wisdom. You know, so when David said, Solomon said, look at the ant thou sluggard. Right. Solomon couldn't be saying about the damn ants. If you had wars, you had people on your head. He couldn't sit back here and pursue all these different aspects of wisdom when you had war over you. So everything David did set up Solomon to do everything he could do. So give me verse 11.
Which also King David did dedicate unto the Most High, with the silver and gold that he had dedicated of all nations which he subdued.
Mm-hmm.
Of Syria.
So everything he got, he dedicated it to the Most High. Everything he had, he helped build up the storehouse for the temple. So all the monies, all the gold, all the silver, he understood this. Let me stack up the bread so we can afford this temple.
Yep.
So where do you think all the gold came from to make the temple so luxurious? They take all those gold shields, all that weaponry, all the gold and silver, brought it to the storehouse to wait in preparation for the temple to get established. So David didn't have to worry about cost, expenses.
Yep.
It's already got the plug for the wood.
The material.
I got the material, I got the gold, I got the silver, I got the wood guy. Everything's ready to go. I got Jerusalem. The walls are fortified. This place is ready to go.
You see how he lived an action-based lifestyle? You see how he was living
I like how you said that. Action-based lifestyle.
Yeah, he lived an action-based lifestyle. It wasn't a bare minimum.
That's building.
It wasn't bare minimum existence at whatever the day they bring.
Let's just be spiritual.
And let's just sit here and go through ceremonies.
Yep.
That mindset is what got us that small territory, and we were rivaled by Philistines. Our children really didn't have a future.
Because David's like, okay, in order for this kingdom, the idea of this magical kingdom sounds good,
Yeah.
but we need gold, we need silver, we need peace around our nation,
We need
we need
infrastructure.
peace in our borders. I need to sit back here and push all these enemies away,
Yeah.
so we can get loot, we can get spoiled. That was the only way nations was able to sustain themselves, is through war.
Exactly. If you
You
look
have to clear everybody, clear the lane to bring the money back to the school, so we can sit back and pay for things.
And now, let me say this. Now, if you look at the Caucasian dynamic, you look at Trump versus Biden. I'm always going there because things are
Present day
right now.
scenarios.
Now, listen, if you're dealing with Trump, what was his policy? We're going to build these walls. We're going to check China and their bull crap exchange policies back and forth, the trade embargoes we got going
No,
on.
I want to make sure online for everybody online,
Yeah.
we're not sitting back here. We're not red or blue. Okay,
Yeah,
we're not sitting back here and pushing the elephant or the damn. What's this elephant?
The donkey or the rhino.
Listen, it's the elephant and the donkey.
Yeah,
right?
elephant and donkey.
We're not pushing either of that. We're just
Yeah.
explaining policies and how the philosophy behind defending your nation and your territory.
The scripture says
Keep going.
The Bible says all things are common unto man. So these dynamics go into your personal life. These dynamics go into your political life. These dynamics go into your camp life. So if you look at it like this, from this perspective, on a national level, we have people that we have to have trade with, and we're getting bad trade policies. We're losing money. We're losing wealth. All the jobs, as you already know, are going overseas. You're getting calls from India about, hey, well, you owe this much money. So everybody knows the Indians are hitting them up.
Yeah, it's called outsourcing.
Everything's being outsourced. So the economy is being outsourced. The previous economy was what? Not Israel, but America was industrialized, and we were self-producing. So there were jobs. Look at Detroit. You saw the collapse of Detroit based off what? These jobs, General Motors, were outsourced. So what happened? It created poverty in Detroit. It creates poverty wherever. Whenever jobs are outsourced, there is a deficit that the people have to deal with.
Now they're being made in Mexico.
Everything being made in Mexico.
Or, you know what I'm saying? As far as labor goes, because it's about saving money.
Exactly.
The bottom dollar, making sure we're not overexpending ourselves.
Yeah.
So that cripples the inner city that depend on those jobs and those positions, and then comes in the crack.
Then comes in exactly. Then comes in these the crack epidemic, because people adapt based on poverty, based on the poverty of society. The people are already vulnerable in a bad position are going to go into prostitution, into drug addiction, and into sitting here and really self-consumption. We're going to start exploiting each other for the purpose of survival. We're called crabs in a bucket, right? We're likened to that as a nation. But these things have to deal with political policies. These have to deal with the economy. So what is Trump pushing? Trump is pushing, listen, man, we need to get these Asians off our ass on a business level so we can get these white people, because they have different sectors. They have high class, middle class, and lower class. We have the same thing in our nation. So he's trying to bring resources back to his people. That's what a good leader does for his nation. Whereas on the other opposite side, you have a guy that says, I want to get along with everybody. I want everybody to smile and have a good time. That policy never works for any nation. It rarely ever works. So when you look at King David, he was assertive, he was aggressive, and he was outward. I want to go outward. I want to take territory and bring resources back so our children can eat for generations.
You know what it means? I can't just pray for something to work out.
God.
I can't just pray and ask the Most High to take a problem away from me.
Right.
This is why the Most High talks about, even in Matthew, he says, ask, seek, and knock. It's not just ask, ooh, I hope the Most High fixes my problems around me.
Yeah.
You have to ask. Ask the Most High. Then you have to seek solutions.
Yep.
Then you have to knock and be persistent
And
in your works. The performance has to happen for the Most High to respond to your request in the first place.
Faith without works is dead.
And this is what you said, action-based. You said
It's an action-based lifestyle. People
and
live
that's the point.
a hope-based lifestyle. It's hope and wish
hope doesn't
without
work.
without any disciplines, without any counsel, without any structure, without any sitting here and making incremental changes themselves. All we teach is incremental changes, which the Bible calls repentance. When you deal with incremental changes within yourself, repentance, the Most High will bless you in your endeavor, in your actual work.
That's why the Most High says faith without works is dead.
Come.
You can't just ask and have faith in something if your works aren't aligned with your faith.
Come.
And this is what David showed and proved. So listen, if I want to establish, let me help establish this prophecy of my son and his progeny and my progeny. Establish this kingdom everlasting.
Not just the Lord said it would happen. It was if the Lord said it, it'll happen.
It's faith. You can't look at life that way.
God.
There has to. That's why Paul said, "Show me. I'll show you my faith by my works."
God.
So his works lined up with his faith, and then all of a sudden you had results.
Yeah.
And this is what David is doing live and in living color.
God.
Okay, he's putting in the work.
And this is where the scriptures say a wise man will leave an inheritance to his children's children.
God.
David is already prepping the prosperity of his children and his grandchildren about what the battle that he's fighting currently at that particular time.
There's no doubt about it. So now let's continue. So where are we at? We are in 2 Samuel chapter 9, verse what? I think it's verse E. Just give me 11 again. Give me 11 again.
Okay.
8 is 8 and 11. I said 9. So like 8 and 11.
2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 11, which also King David did dedicate unto the Most High, with the silver and gold that he had dedicated of all nations which he subdued.
This is why the Most High said in Micah, said, put all your tithes to the storehouse, so that my house can have
meat. Yep.
Exactly. So when it really boils down to it, that was the mindset. Put your resources to make sure that the Most High's house had. But continue.
Of Syria and of Moab, and the children of Ammon, and of the Philistines, and of Amalek, and of the spoil of Hadadezer, son of Rahab, king of Zobah.
So he's sitting back here and he's putting cats in subjection. He took out these Syrians, he took out these Moabites, even children of Ammon. And the crazy thing is, if I'm not mistaken, the children of Ammon, and I know it's for a fact, the children of Ammon were wiped out not wiped out, but subdued during Saul's administration. Because when Saul was in the right spirit, Saul sat back here. One of the first things that showed him he was a leader was remember the king of Ammon. His name was Hanan. No, not Hanan. It was Nahash. Nahash was the king of Ammon. Nahash was the king of Ammon. And he was making all the Reubenites and the Gadites, he was poking their eyes out. He would take one eye out. And that was how he kept these guys in subjection, because you couldn't sit back here and go to war and use shields if you only had one eye. If you had one eye using Trump, you couldn't block nothing. I think it was the right eye that they took out. But that was your shield hand, that was your protection hand.
Yeah.
So he was sitting. What's that?
You cover the left and then you push forward.
They ain't nothing to see on the right.
Yeah.
You like this.
You gotta learn to shoot.
You like this. Hand. You like this. What?
You gotta shoot left-handed.
That's not easy in the military. But that was how he crippled the military. Wow. He would take an eye out. So now you were hobbling in war. But this is how he broke the people from the east, the Israelites on the eastern side of Jordan, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh. And then Saul came up and got the rest of the nation and subdued Ammon, Nahash, pushed him back, got those spoils, and brought him back to the land. So this is dealing with the accumulation of wealth that David is collecting and is storing in his storehouse. Syria, Moab was David, Ammon was Saul. The Philistines, Amalek was wiped out by David. Remember when the Amalekites were taken out, they burned Ziklag down, and they took over one of the cities in Gath, and they kept going southward. And remember when David came back from, he was going to fight with Gath, they kicked him out. He came down to Ziklag, his family was taken.
His wives were taken.
Him and all the brothers' wives, they went down and they followed these Amalekites, took all the spoil that the Amalekites had from the Philistines, gave back some of the spoil from the Israelites that were in the neighboring countries in the south, and brought that back. He still had that storehouse, all the gold and silver from that, and he's just stacking this into the storehouse. All these wars are showing you that he kept everything. He wasn't just blowing money fast either.
He wasn't fighting in vain and wasting resources.
He wasn't wasting resources. Exactly. That's the point. So now let's go to verse 13.
Come. And David gat him a name when he returned from smiting of the Syrians in the valley of Salt, being 8,000 18,000 men.
He's wiping out 18,000 cats. We're going to go into a little more detail on this. Let's go to the Josephus. Book 7, chapter 5. Let's see. And let's go. We'll just go to 4. So it's book 7, chapter 5.
Paragraph
Book. The paragraph from 4.
Page 189.
In the Josephus. We're just going to go from the top and read.
Line 107. But when the king of Hamath was informed of the ill success of Hadadezer, and had heard of the ruin of his army, he was afraid on his own account, and resolved to make a league of friendship and fidelity with David.
This is that guy Toai of Hamath, that was up northwest of Israel. Read on.
Before he should come against him, so he sent to him his son Joram, and professed that he owed him thanks for fighting against Hadadezer.
Just like we said, he didn't want to have David come and fight him, so he brought those ambassadors of peace. Read on.
Who was his enemy, and made him a league with him of mutual assistance and friendship. He also sent him presents, vessels of ancient workmanship, both of gold, of silver, and of brass.
So why would David want to kill him when he already got him in their pocket? They're sending him all type of ancient artifacts. We don't got to go to war with them. Read on.
So when David had made this league of mutual assistance with Toai, for that was the name of the king of Hamath, and had received the presents he sent him, he dismissed his son with that respect which was due on both sides. But then David brought those presents that were sent by him, as also the rest of the gold and silver which he had taken of the cities whom he had conquered, and dedicated them to the Most High. Nor did the Most High give victory and success to him only when he went to the battle himself and led his own army.
He said, nor did the Most High give victory and success to him only when he went to the battle himself and led his own army. Read on.
But he gave victory to Abishai.
Abishai, which is the brother of Joab, which was David's nephews. No, cousins. No, yes, nephews, because Joab and Abishai were brothers, and they were the sons of David's sister. Okay, Joab and Abishai were the sons of David's sister. So that means they were nephews to David. Okay, so Abishai was nephew to David. Read on.
The brother of Joab, general of his forces over the Idumeans.
Idumeans.
The Idumeans.
So when it talked about in 2 Samuel 8 and verse 13, and David got a name when he returned from smiting of the Syrians in the valley of Salt, being 18,000. Give me verse 14.
You want to read the footnotes in that too.
Okay.
And I don't know if you have that in your Josephus. These footnotes are great right here, showing about that victory over the Idumeans.
Yeah, well, it's going to go, yeah. Okay. I want to go to verse 14 because verse 14 talked about the fight with Edom.
Okay.
And we're going to go back to this point in the Josephus, but I'll go there, I promise. Read on.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 14. And he put garrisons in Edom, throughout all Edom, put he garrisons.
So he put a bunch of garrisons in Edom. Read on. Now Edom's that bottom country that's south of Judah and Moab on the map. Read on.
And all they of Edom became David's servants.
So he sat back here and put Esau in subjection as well. Read on.
And the Most High preserved David whithersoever he went.
Now we're going to get specific about who took over Edom specifically. Abishai's group of warriors did the most damage to Edom. Now we're going to read that. It says, but he gave victory. This is in Josephus. But he gave victories. He gave victory to Abishai. Read on.
The brother of Joab, general of his forces, over the Idumeans.
Now hold this. We're going to read that footnote at the bottom.
Come.
Read on.
By this great victory over the Idumeans, or Edomites, the posterity of Esau, and by the consequent tribute paid by the nation to the Jews, which were prophecies delivered to Rebekah before Jacob and Esau were born, and by old Isaac before his death, that the elder Esau, or the Edomites, should serve the younger Jacob, or the Israelites, and Jacob, or the Israelites, should be Esau's, or the Edomites, master, remarkably fulfilled.
I'm gonna say that's not true. I what you're saying. What you're saying is that is one time that happened.
Right.
But that's not the fulfillment of the prophecy. Because how we know that is 2 Ezra chapter 6, verse 8 and 9. Go to 2 Ezra 6. 2 Ezra chapter 6, verse 8 and 9. It was an aspect of the prophecy. Because at that particular time, the Jews were over Esau. But in the totality of that prophecy is in 2 Ezra 6, verse 8 and 9. Matter of fact, give me verse 7 through 9.
Come. 2 Ezra chapter 6 and verse 7. Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times?
What's going to happen at the end times? Read on.
Or when shall be the end of the first, and the beginning of it that follows?
Even Ezra understood that there was going to be a life, a celestial life, and there was going to be a spiritual life afterwards. So he's like, what's going to be the determining factor of when the old world's going to end and the new world's going to come to pass? Read on.
And he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau.
Understanding that Jacob was going to come second, Esau was going to come in first. Read on.
For Esau is the end of the world.
So Esau's reign in power, when Esau falls out of power, is the signal that the new world's coming. Okay, read on.
And Jacob is the beginning of it that follows.
So when Jacob comes back into power, when Esau falls, is the fulfillment of the prophecy. Now, what we're reading about Esau falling in subjection to David's army is an aspect of it, but the end is when we're going to know that the elder shall serve the younger. Eternally is how that's going to happen. So 2 Ezra is the fulfillment of the prophecy. What we're reading here during the time of David is just a period of time when Israel is over Esau. Okay? Just want to make sure we're clear on that. But let's keep going in the Josephus.
Line 109?
My mind doesn't. I have one of those old Josephus. I don't know.
Okay.
They even changed the foreword. They don't even say the same thing as yours. It's crazy. Okay, let's keep going.
Where it says,
right after Idumeans. Right after Idumeans. Because that's where we stopped.
Over the Idumeans, and by him to David, when he sent him with an army to Idumea. For Abishai destroyed 18,000 of them in the battle. Whereupon the king of Israel placed garrisons through all Idumea, and received the tribute of the country and of every head among them.
Every head in Edom had to pay their fare, had to pay their tax. You know what I mean? Read on.
Now David was in his nature just, and made his determination with regard to truth. He had for the general of his whole army Joab, and he made.
Now hold off on that. I don't want to go there yet. Hold that. We'll go back to that. I want to go back to the scriptures. Let's go to 1 Chronicles, chapter 18, verse 12 and 13. The reason I keep going to Chronicles, because Chronicles is talking about the same things in these chapters. Okay, so Chronicles 18 and 19 is dealing with 2 Samuel chapter 8 and chapter 9. Okay, that's why we keep bouncing. So 1 Chronicles 18 verse 13, and matter of fact 18 and 11.
Okay. 1 Chronicles chapter 18 and verse 11.
We're going to read it all the way down to 14.
Okay. Them also King David dedicated unto the Most High with the silver and the gold that he had brought from all these nations, from Edom and from Moab and from the children of Ammon and from the Philistines and from Amalek.
And Amalek is a family of Edom. Read on.
Moreover, Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, slew of the Edomites in the valley of Salt 18,000.
That's why it kind of was confusing when you read that. We read that valley of the Salt in 2 Samuel, on verse 13, 8 and 13. It says, and David gave him a name when he returned from smiting of the Syrians in the valley of the Salt, being 18,000 men. It wasn't Syrians. It was Edomites that were 18,000. Okay, so read that verse again, verse 12.
Moreover, Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, slew of the Edomites in the valley of Salt 18,000.
So it wasn't Syrians, it was Edomites that got slain at the number of 18,000. Read on.
And he put garrisons in Edom, and all the Edomites became David's servants. Thus the Most High preserved David whithersoever he went.
Mm-hmm.
So David reigned over all Israel and executed judgment and justice among all his people.
Now hold that. Now we're going to go back to verse 2 Samuel chapter 8, verse 15 down.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 15. And David reigned over all Israel, and David executed judgment and justice unto all his people. And Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was over the host.
So Joab was the captain of the host, the captain of the army. So Joab was the son of Zeruiah. So was Abishai, son of Zeruiah. And Zeruiah was the sister of David. So it was all in the family. His top leaders, his top executives were all kinfolk. Okay, read on.
And Jehoshaphat, the son of Ahilud was recorder.
So he was the person that was a scribe. He was the person that kept things written. Not scribe. That's not that, because Sarai was a scribe. This was a person who recorded events, obviously. Okay, read on.
And Zadok, the son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, the son of Abiathar, were the priest and
were the priest.
Stop.
So when you're dealing with Zadok and Ahimelech was the man that David looked after and protected when Saul wiped out all those priests. Okay, in 1 Samuel, towards the end of Saul's reign, he started just killing all the priests and going crazy. He started going crazy because he felt that the priests were protecting and covering for David. Remember when David went to get the showbread from the priest? He got the brother gave him the priest gave him some food to eat, and they left. And then I think Doeg the Edomite, the shepherd Edomite guy, snitched on him, told Saul. Saul came down to where the priests were, and the priest said, man, I thought, the priests were like, I thought David was with you. Because just a couple weeks ago, y'all was cool. You're like, y'all was snitching on me, y'all was conspiring, death to everybody. So he killed all of the priests in the village and left one Ahimelech to be spared. No, he left. He just escaped.
He escaped.
And he got with David and was part of David's band of 500 men that just rolled with him. All those men that were discontented with the empire rolled with David. What they don't explain about Ahimelech was from the family line of Ithamar. And that family line goes all the way to Eli in 1 Samuel chapter 2. Eli was the high priest when his sons were corrupt, And they were taking advantage of the people, stealing food, committing lewd atrocities with the men and the women. And what ended up happening was the Most High cursed Eli's family because Eli never ousted his sons, took him out of position. Because Eli was covering for his sons, the Most High cursed Eli and his family line. And that was why they all got murdered by Saul. Because it was a curse that happened because of their disobedience with the Heavenly Father. Now, another aspect of this Ithamar line, when you read in the Old Testament, Ithamar, the line of Ithamar, they were supposed to be in charge of the work of the. Remember when we read like last week about the. Remember when the people were touching the ark? They weren't supposed to touch it, and it was supposed to be handled by the Eleazar family, and they were supposed to carry everything. And Ithamar was supposed to be in charge of the ox carts that were transporting the properties of Merari. The Merari, they were the ones that covered all of the covering to the temple, the sheepskin and the badger skin that was covering the temple. They were supposed to monitor. The Ithamar family line was supposed to manage that process. Eleazar, that family line was supposed to be the ones that transported the temple items, and they were supposed to be the ones that worked the services of the temple. It wasn't supposed to be Ithamar. It was supposed to be Eleazar's line. And somehow, from the time of Joshua and Judges, they started switching things up and sort of following the line of Ithamar, because the line of Ithamar, I'm going to this whole thing just to give understanding. Ithamar was in line with the northern kingdom. Zadok and Eleazar was in line with the southern kingdom. So what David ended up doing is, because he had alliances with Ahimelech in the northern kingdom, he kept Ahimelech as a high priest, but he had Zadok, which was from the line of Eleazar, as a high priest also. So he had joint high priests. It still wasn't the best way to do it. Eleazar was supposed to be that family line. Eleazar's line, it was Aaron, Eleazar, Phineas. That line was supposed to be the ones that carried and dealt with all the temple work. But David was trying to make peace and keep connections, so he kept Ahimelech, which is Ithamar, and he had Zadok, which was Eleazar, as the priest of his empire. I know that's a long, spilled out word, but it was trying to kind of explain why he had two priests. He had a relationship with Ahimelech when he was on the run, so they had a bond, but Zadok was the rightful man for the job based off the family lineage and line. And you can go through all that detail in the book of Exodus and Leviticus. It explains the roles of each family line with a lot more detail. But I just wanted to kind of say it in a nutshell. Hold this and go to 1 Chronicles 24, verse 3 through 4.
1 Chronicles chapter 24 and verse 3. And David distributed them both.
Matter of fact, you might as well give me verse 1.
Come. 1 Chronicles chapter 24 and verse 1. Now these are the divisions of the sons of Aaron. The sons of Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar.
The problem with Nadab and Abihu was they're no longer living. Because the day that the Most High, or the day that the temple was fixed, remember fire came down from heaven and accepted the offering that Aaron had set up? The problem was, at the same time as the offering from the Most High was finally accepted, Nadab and Abihu started burning strange incense before the Most High. And the Most High sat back here and burnt both of them immediately. They were like charred to bits. And as Aaron saw both of his sons charred to bits, Moses said, you better not stop this damn ceremony. You better keep going. Once they're going to cut you up. Literally in the middle of the damn ceremony. They're praising the Most High. The fire comes down, accepts the offering. They're going through the process. And this guy's two sons was tripping. He watches his sons die right in front of his eyes. He said, you can't touch them because you'll be defiled and you can't continue the ceremony. So other family members had to come out,
get them bodies
from the stands and grab them bodies, them burnt, charred bodies, and discard them during the ceremony. But it's crazy that Nadab and Abihu aren't even part of the picture anymore. The only family lineage that was left from Aaron's line was Eleazar and Ithamar, like we were talking about just a second ago. Read on in verse 2.
But Nadab and Abihu died before their father.
Exactly. During the priestly ceremony in the book of Exodus. Read on.
And had no children. Therefore Eleazar and Ithamar executed by priest's office.
Executed the priest office. Eleazar's family line were the ones who dealt with the internal components of the temple, the candlestick, the laver for washing, the altar, the table of showbread, the altar of incense, the Ark of the Covenant. All that stuff was handled by the family of Eleazar. They were individually wrapped with covers and sheepskins, and they had to be carried manually. Now, the covering of the temple, the tabernacle, I should say, that was handled by another Levitical family. They were Gershon. Merari were the ones who dealt with all the construction, the heavy construction pieces, the nuts, the bolts, the fasteners, the screws. They handled the construction aspect. They were the ones who put all these heavy items in these ox carts that Ithamar was supposed to be managing the logistics of everything. Eleazar had to manage the carrying of the fragile workmanship of the stuff of the temple, the vessels of the temple. The Most High was very specific about the responsibilities of each family line. Okay, so this is what's happening, and then now, so we understand that everybody had a job, and they executed the priest office. Give me verse 3.
And David distributed them, both Zadok and the sons
of the sons of Eleazar,
and of the sons of Eleazar, and Ahimelech of the sons of Ithamar, according to their offices in their service.
Everyone had a specific job to do. Read on.
And there were more chief men found of the sons of Eleazar than of the sons of Ithamar.
Because it was supposed to be that way. The family line of Eleazar was more chief because they had the greatest right to the position. The problem is, when you read 1 Samuel 2, something happened. There was some politics or some internal struggle to where Ithamar's family line had the controlling seat of the priesthood, and it wasn't supposed to be that way in the first place. By rights, by appointment, Eleazar was supposed to run, their family line was supposed to do the operation of the temples. Okay, so it said there was more chief men of the sons of Eleazar than of the sons of Ithamar. Read on.
And thus were they divided among the sons of Eleazar. There were 16 chief men of the house of their fathers, and 8 among the sons of Ithamar, according to the house of their fathers.
One reason why Ithamar's son's lineage was low was because they just got massacred a generation ago by Saul's army. He wiped out an entire generation of priests of Ithamar because he was pissed and emotional because he felt they was hiding David. But that was also prophecy, so you understand that. Read on.
Thus were they divided by lot, one sort with another, for the governors of the sanctuary and governors of the house of the Most High were of the sons of Eleazar and of the sons of Ithamar.
See how they said it? The governors of the sanctuary and the governors of the house of the Most High, it was Eleazar and Ithamar respectively. Respectively means the governors of the sanctuary were Eleazar. The people that was in charge of the internal components of the sanctuary was Eleazar. The governors of the house, meaning the outside and the outskirts of the house of the Most High, was ran by Ithamar. The transportation of all the coverings and tabernacle cloths and the wood, all that was Ithamar. The insides and the guts of the temple was Eleazar, and that was how it was supposed to be. Okay. Let's see. Read on. Read verse 6.
Khan. And Shema, the son of Nathaniel, the scribe, one of the Levites, wrote them before the king and the princes, and Zadok the priest, and Ahimelech the son of Abiathar, and before the chief of the fathers of the priests and Levites, one principal household being taken for Eleazar, and one taken for Ithamar.
So really, there was one representative for each family line. But Eleazar was supposed to be the head priest, because they were the ones that were the only ones allowed to operate with the important pieces. And listen, Ithamar couldn't touch and be around all these items. Whether it's the ark could only be seen once a year, and that had to be Eleazar's lineage. And the people who dealt with the day-to-day pieces of the candlestick and the laver and the offering, the person doing the offering was supposed to be of the family of Eleazar as well. Okay, but that didn't mean that Ithamar didn't have any responsibilities. And when the temple got stabilized, I guess their responsibilities changed some sort too. When it transferred from that moving tabernacle to a stable temple, they must have tweaked their responsibilities and roles also. But Eleazar was the one that was supposed to do the actual burning and the killing of the animals and sacrifice to the Most High. We clear on that? Okay, that's a whole lot of talking too, but I think that was important to explain. Let's go back to 2 Samuel chapter 8, verse 17 again. We do 17 again.
2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 17. And Zadok, the son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, the son of Abiathar, were the priest, and Sarad was the scribe.
Mm-hmm.
And Benaiah,
the scribe was the one who just wrote down all the affairs of the temple and the affairs and the stories and chronicled the stories of history of the Israelites. Read on.
And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada.
That's Benaniah. Okay.
The son of Jehoiada,
yeah.
Jehoiada was over both the Cherethites and the
Pelethites.
Pelethites.
Now listen, the Cherethites and the Pelethites were people of the Philistines actually. And according to some of this reading, it explains that let me see. Okay, it says Benaniah or Benaiah. It's probably Benaiah. I said Benaniah. It's not two N's. Benaiah, leader of the elite Kerethite and Pelethite troops, mentioned in 1 Samuel. Let's prove real quick that the Cherethites and the Pelethites are Philistines. Let's do that real quick. Hold this and go to Zephaniah 2 and 5. Zephaniah chapter 2 verse 5.
Zephaniah chapter 2 and verse 9.
5.
Oh, 5. Salakia.
Zephaniah chapter 2 and verse 5.
Zephaniah 2 and 5. Woe unto the inhabitants of the sea coast.
Now we know that sea coast is dealing with your Philistine areas. Okay, because that was their land in the sea coast. Let's see. Let's read on.
The nation of the Cherethites. The word of the Most High is against you, O Canaan.
Because they still originate from the land of Canaan. Read on.
The land of the Philistines.
The Cherethites is referring to the land of the Philistines. Read on.
I will even destroy thee, that there shall be no inhabitants.
So once again, the Cherethites are referring to what? It's referring to the Philistine peoples. Now we can go back. Let's get back to 2 Samuel chapter 8 verse 18 again from the top.
And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over both the Cherethites and the Pelethites.
Now listen, they were over the Cherethites and the Perethites, and what history says is they were a group of elite troops that worked for David, even though they were what? They were Philistines. You have to understand that when David was on the run, David had a lot of people that were backing him. He was sitting back here and had to make a lot of moves with nations that, like for instance, he sat back and had a connection with Lachish, the king of Gath, to survive and to be protected and given asylum from Saul when Saul was out to get him. And you read also that David had 500 to 600 people that just followed him that were discontented with how Saul ran things. So it's not out of the imagination to think that he had a group of Philistine warriors that had his back. It was a group of elite soldiers that he used to get the damn job done. Now it doesn't say that Benani was a Philistine himself. It just said that Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was over the Cherethites and the Pelethites. God. So he was over that elite group of men. Because listen, Benaiah was no joke. You read about Benaiah later on, about he was one of David's mighty men that will go into a damn snow pit and fight a lion in snow. It is one thing to fight a lion in a damn bush and you're able to move around and cut around. Listen, for anybody who's been in snow that's really high, what's the problem with being in snow? You can't damn move. So can you imagine going into a damn death cave pit? A death pit with a goddamn lion and you can't move and you're in snow? You know what that means? And he did it just to test his skills. You know what that means? I can't move, you can't move. You just go move forward. That's all you got. So I can't run. I'm going to go right at you. I'm going to grab your mane and we're going to war.
He jumped in the pit.
He jumped in the pit ready to go. I'm not going into that now, but can you imagine? I'm going to go in this pit. Nobody's moving. You can't go nowhere. I can't go nowhere. So what you going to do, lion?
What you got?
You going to come at me? Okay. All I can do is grab the mane. And I got a knife. I'm going to cut you. And I'm going to duck a couple of these bites. I have enough strength to keep you subdued. I'm going to push that paw out the way. Even though that paw is coming. And I might get a couple cuts. But that's going to be okay. And we're going to go at it.
Before Facebook.
What's that?
See what we did before Facebook and Snapchat.
No, listen. But listen, it takes some real... It takes some real cojones to make a move like that. I don't care how tough you is. All he have is he got the knife like this, he like this. And he switched the blade up like this, he like this. Let's go. Listen, that's all you got. It ain't enough space to be having these huge old swords and stuff.
He just bored.
You got you a pocket knife, you got you a Swiss Army knife. That's it, bro. It's probably a little shot, but you got a box cutter. A box cutter against a lion. Shoot, no joke. But I'm just painting a picture about how rugged he had to be to lead this elite force of Philistines.
That was Benaiah.
That was Benaiah, yeah.
But not Benaiah. But you said Benaiah.
I say that, but that's him.
It says Benaiah?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
Benaiah.
Benaiah.
It's referring to Benaiah as Benaiah?
Well, I've never seen it. See, that's what I've seen as Benaiah. But okay. I don't think there's a Benaiah.
No,
I think that's the name. If you can find it, I'm okay. Yeah. It'll help me. But this guy, Benaiah, was over the Philistine, this elite group of Philistine forces that worked under David. If you can find Benaiah, cool. Then I will be mistaken. I will retract the lion statement for another week.
No.
There's some more. The story about Benaiah is real.
No, it says it in 2 Samuel 23:20.
It is Benaiah. It's the same guy.
It's the same guy. So
but people have said it for years, and they've said Benaiah, but it's not Benaiah because there's not two ends.
Two ends.
And that was why I said it's Benaiah. I'm like, it's not. It's Benaiah. So yeah, it's Benaiah. It's cool. The story is legit. So this same dude that had this elite force of Philistines, because them Philistines were rough. They were no soft nation. That was why the first time when Joshua's men came over there and they saw how tough Philistines were, they said, you know what? We're going to pass on that fight right there. I'm going to be a... Listen, them Philistines made these guys turn the farmers out. The Jews, I'm going to start farming again. I don't want... Don't forget when Samson was causing all the havoc. The Jews came to Samson and said, what are you doing? You bring these guys to war against us. It ain't worth it. If you want to go to war with these maniacs, cool. But you bring these guys to our house. It just showed you how rough and rugged the Philistines were. So this elite force was headed by Benaiah. It doesn't say if Benaiah was a Philistine. I can't say that, and I'm not going to say it. Okay? So with all that being the case, Benaiah was over these two guys, these two forces of the Philistines, the Pelethites and the Cherethites. Read verse 18 again in 2 Samuel 8.
Con. 2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 18. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over both the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and David's sons were chief rulers.
So listen, when it says David's sons were chief rulers, I want to make sure I get clarification with the scriptures. We go to 1 Chronicles 18 and 17. 1 Chronicles 18 and 17. I don't know why I got rid of that page, man. 1 Chronicles 18 and verse 17.
Con. 1 Chronicles chapter 18 and verse 17. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and the sons of David were chief about the king.
The sons of David were chief about the king. So what that is saying is David allowed his sons to have management over these smaller forces and these smaller units. That's what this is happening. They weren't chief rulers in the empire. He just gave them position and responsibility over the empire. He started delegating authority to his sons so they can learn what leadership was about. Okay, so his sons were also over this Benaiah in that outfit as well. Does that make sense? They weren't chief rulers like they were heads. They were just given responsibility. Okay, so are we clear on that? Let's finish up in the Josephus and finish up that paragraph. It says, now David was in his nature just. In a Josephus. Now David was in his nature just.
Line 110.
Page 189.
Come. Now David was in his nature just, and made his determination with regard to truth. He had for the general of his whole army Joab, and he made Jehoshaphat, the son of Ahilud, recorder. He also appointed Zadok of the family of Phinehas. Phinehas
was of the family line of Eleazar. You had Abraham, and you had Aaron, you had Eleazar, you had Phinehas. Remember, Phinehas was the one who sat back here and took the spear and threw it through those rebellious Israelites that were trying to set up a coup against Moses. So it was once again, it was Eleazar, Aaron, Eleazar, and Phinehas. Read on.
To be high priest, together with Abiathar, for he was his friend.
And then he kept that alliance with Abiathar, which was Ithamar. Read on.
He also made Sasan the scribe, and committed the command over the guards of his body to Benaiah.
So listen, what it's saying is those guys of the Cherethites and the Pelethites were his bodyguards. That makes it even, them dudes must have been the coldest of the cold to be David's bodyguards. Right. They must have shown without a shadow of a doubt these guys were the toughest son of a guns in the streets.
When you look at
it's the truth.
When you look at Uriah the Hittite, who David had killed, he was no joke either.
I know.
He was no joke. It said that he was at the time that he died, it said that he knew he was going to die, and he still fought, and he decided to take out as many people with him as possible.
That's going to go next week. We're going to talk about that. That's crazy. These guys were on another level, mentality-wise, and they will ride or die to the max. Can you imagine how many wars David had to go with this guy to say, yeah, these guys are going to be my bodyguards? What did you have to do to prove to David, I can handle that position? Because David was no joke either. Even Joab, we talked about it 2 weeks ago about what Joab had to do to penetrate the forces of Jerusalem. It was some Mission Impossible stuff, How they had to go into like the reservoir and the water source, swim, climb, march, kill, open the gates. What kind of craziness is this, The type of men that were on the earth at the time were amazing, They just were, And for David to be as great as he was, and these guys to be his bodyguards, they were legit. So the Benaiah and those Philistine men that was chosen elite force, that was his bodyguards, was something else. Read on.
The son of Jehoiada, his elder sons were near his body and had care of it also.
So the elder sons were on top of that force. that elite force that was run by Benaiah, and he was grooming his sons in the path of leadership, which is what you're supposed to do. He kept his sons close to him. Okay, now I want to go. Let's continue into Josephus, because I like how it leads into chapter 9. Let's do that.
Okay. Paragraph 5. He also called to mind the covenants and the oaths he had made with Jonathan.
So what he's doing is this. It's almost like David is checking the list of responsibilities that he has to set up in his reign of power. He's sitting back here. He's got the land subdued. First of all, don't forget the first thing he did. What was the first thing he did when he got the power? He got everybody united. Everybody was together. We partied, we danced. We sat back here and established allegiance to David. The first thing he did was we're going to take over Jerusalem. That's the gold standard. That's got to get done. It tells you in the book of Judges or Joshua how fortified Jerusalem was, and nobody even dared touch it because it was too fortified. First thing David did, he took out Jerusalem. No small task. Then after that's established, he sat back here and went through a few wars. Then it was about trying to build a temple for the Most High. He says, no, you're not going to do that. So let me clear out and establish as much territory and turf to my land as I possibly can.
That was promised to him.
That was promised to Israel. So let me sit back here and to the T, align ourselves up to pleasing the Most High as much as possible. Right? That was the next thing. So now he's covering all these grounds. He's establishing the responsibilities of the priests. He's putting all things in order. He's crossing his T's, dotting his I's. Now he's like, okay, what were the oaths that I made to people that I got to make right before I can continue to go further? This is the mindset he had. What do I have to do to stay right with the Heavenly Father? How do I have to align my position so the Most High will continue to bless me and my posterity? This is why this class is about the climax of David's reign, because this is where he was the most in tune and connected to make sure he was in line with the Most High in all things possible. So let me get that paragraph again from the top.
Come. He also called to mind the covenants and the oaths he had made with Jonathan, the son of Saul, and the friendship and affection Jonathan had for him.
So he's thinking about all the connections and the bonds he had with Jonathan and how Jonathan looked after him for so many times, because Jonathan, through the Spirit of the Most High, kept giving David heads up about Saul's attacks. He kept giving him heads up about where Saul's coming at. He tried to sit back and petition to Saul to get him off of David's back. So Jonathan advocated for David so many times. So like, how can I sit back here and make things right with him? I made vows to Jonathan. We're gonna read the scripture about some of the vows he made with him. But he made promises to David and Jonathan to make sure that he would look after his family, and that David wants, because Jonathan knew that the kingdom was going to go to David. Jonathan knew it. He just said, and once you get the throne, don't forget me. Once you get the power, don't forget my family, and don't kill them once you rise to power the way I know you're going to. So David is remembering these oaths. He's remembering these responsibilities. He hasn't forgotten any of them. He just, the nation and land is quiet enough for him to start working on these internal national issues he's got to work out. So keep going, sir. Okay. We're in Antiquities of the Jews, book 7, chapter 5, paragraph 5, top of the paragraph. Okay. 7, 5, and 5. Read on.
He also called to mind the covenants and the oaths he had made with Jonathan, the son of Saul, and the friendship and affection Jonathan had for him. For besides all the rest of his excellent qualities with which he was endowed, he was also exceeding mindful of such as had at other times bestowed benefits upon him.
What he's saying, with all the talent and ability David had, he still didn't forget the people that looked after him. And that's a talent and ability a lot of people don't have. Once a person gets to the top, they forget everybody that helped get them there. So with all this, what that does, it's a reminder that David just wasn't into his ability. He knew that he couldn't get to where he was without the Most High and particular people that had his back. Okay, read on.
He therefore gave order that inquiry should be made, whether any of Jonathan's lineage were living, to whom he might make return of that familiar acquaintance which Jonathan had with him, and for which he was still debtor.
He was still in debt to David's love and brotherhood. Talked about how the relationship David had, the love he and Jonathan had surpassed the love of a woman. That respect, that appreciation, that honor, that consideration surpassed any relationship a man would have with a woman. That was what it meant. Read on.
You want to add this too real quick. It's Ecclesiastes 9 and 10. He said, Ecclesiastes chapter 9 verse 10. He said, forsake not an old friend, for the new is not comparable to him. A new friend is as new wine. When it is old, thou shalt drink it with pleasure. So it talks about not forgetting. There's no value you can put with an old friend. That value is like good wine, man.
Okay.
It's something that you want to sustain and maintain. You don't just cast off people that's been in your corner for a long period of time.
Okay. So this is what David understands as he's moving forward. As the nation is at peace, the empire is at peace. Now I can start sitting back here and being more meticulous with kind of like putting things in order even that much more. So read on.
And when one of Saul's freedmen was brought to him.
One of Saul's freedmen, which meant obviously he was a servant, and more than likely he was a nation. Okay? The person that was in charge of his land and his estate. He became free, and he ended up being in control of Saul's inheritance, his familial inheritance. Read on. And it ain't like, nowadays, if a person dies, all of a sudden the land gets put on the market. And right. Somebody buys a house, and now they got the house. Saul's family line is in place in perpetuity for any of the benefactors to have claim to it. It's just at the particular time, no benefactor was living in the land at the time, so the next person to step up was one of his former slaves that understood the work of the land in the first place. So this guy's name is Ziba, but we're going to read that in the scriptures. But let's keep going.
Who was acquainted with those of his family that were still living. He asked him whether he could tell him of any belonging to Jonathan that was now alive and capable of requital of the benefits which he had received from Jonathan.
And he's like, is there anybody in the family line of Saul that I can sit back here and thank, look after, take care of? Okay, read on.
He asked him whether he could tell him of any belonging to Jonathan that was now alive and capable of requital of the benefits which he had received from Jonathan. And when he had said that a son of his was remaining, whose name was
Mephibosheth.
Mephibosheth.
The PH is like a F.
Okay. Mephibosheth, but that he was lame of his feet.
When it says lame of his feet, more than likely he had an issue and he was crippled. What happened is when the caretaker of Mephibosheth heard of the news of Saul and Jonathan dying, in panic she started running and trying to escape and get away into a safe place, and she fell on the baby. And the baby sat back here and probably had a spinal injury to where the baby, it ain't like it was he ain't like he broke his foot. He's lame, he couldn't move him. So he must have had a spinal injury, and Mephibosheth was lame at the feet, so he was crippled from the bottom down, or at least in the legs. It said the legs. So because he still was able to have children, so he wasn't completely messed up. So anyway, he's lame at the feet. Read on.
For that, when his nurse heard that the father and grandfather of the child were fallen in the battle, she snatched him up and fled away and let him fall from her shoulders, and his feet were lame. So when he had learned where and by whom he was brought up, he sent messengers to Machir, to the city of Lodabar. For with him was the son of Jonathan brought up.
Hold that. We're gonna get back to this. Let's get back to the scriptures now. We're gonna get back to this 2 Samuel chapter 9 verse 1.
Come.
Matter of fact, you're gonna have to get out here. Tell us if I can take over, bro.
Come.
Tasapah, Shal Shabbatah, Rahaban, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Tasapah, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Rahaban, Ban Yasha'Allah. Amach, bro. Yahweh Hashem Yashabrakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabrakthum.
Right. So we are at 2 Samuel chapter 9, verse 1. And we'll be able to get to at least to the end of chapter 10. Because chapter 11 is when we deal to Bathsheba and stuff. I want to go into that next week. But let's do chapter 9, verse 1. Yeah, 9 and 10.
2 Samuel chapter 9 and verse 1.
Yep.
And David said, Is there yet any that is left of the house of Saul, that I may shew him kindness for Jonathan's sake? And there was of the house of Saul a servant whose name was Zippah.
Yes, Ziba. That was the guy that was the free man that was obviously once a servant. Now he's in charge of Saul's land. Okay, read on.
And when they had called him unto David, the king said unto him, Art thou Zippah? And he said, Thy servant is he.
So I want to go real quick. Hold this. I want to go to 1 Samuel chapter 20, verse 11 through 17, to kind of go back and explain where this oath, because really what David is doing is he's remembering the oath that he made between him and Jonathan. I want to kind of briefly explain that oath before we go any further about what he does for his Jonathan's son. So 1 Samuel chapter 20 and verse 11.
1 Samuel chapter 20 and verse 11. And Jonathan said unto David, Come, and let us go up into the field. And they went out both of them into the field. And Jonathan said unto David, O Lord Yahweh of Israel, when I have sounded my father about tomorrow any time, or the third day, and behold, if there be good towards David, and I then sin not unto thee, and shew it thee, the Lord, do so and much more to Jonathan. But if it please my father to do thee evil, then I will shew it thee and send thee away, and that thou mayest go in peace.
So Jonathan was going to give David a signal to determine if Saul had good intentions or bad intentions to do with David. Because by this time, if I'm not mistaken, Saul had already thrown a javelin at David. At this point, there was a love-hate thing going on between, there was a mistrust, and there was a jealousy of David. So there would be a demon that would be on Saul, and he'd want to throw a javelin at him. And then the next day, I'm sorry, man, I was tripping. Come on back to the temple, son.
That's the spirit of black on black crime.
Oh, I want to kill you, and all of a sudden I want to be cool with you the next day. That's hilarious. Point is this: I want to kill you, and I'm cool with you. Yeah, but I just shot at you like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So David's like, bro, I don't trust where Saul is at, and Jonathan's trying to talk to his dad and make things right. And this, I promise David, it's gonna be okay. I'll prove it to you. Stay in the field. If things are cool with my father, I'm gonna bring you up. If things is bad, I'll let you know. Okay, read on.
And the Lord be with thee, as he hath been with my father. And thou shalt not only while Yet I live, shew me the kindness of the Lord, that I die not. But also thou shalt not cut off thy kindness from my house forever.
So this is Jonathan saying, don't cut off the kindness that you have with me to my family. He says, look after me and look after my family like I'm looking after you. Read on.
No, not when the Lord had cut off the enemy of David, every one from the face of the earth.
He says, I already know you're going to be the king, and I know the Most High is going to remove the enemies from you. Read on.
So Jonathan made a covenant with the house of David, saying, let the Lord even require it at the hand of David's enemies. And Jonathan caused David to swear again, because he loved him, for he loved him as he loved his own soul. Then Jonathan said to David, tomorrow is the new moon, and thou shalt be missed, because thy seat will be empty.
So what's going to happen is, he's like, David, don't come to the meal at the new moon, and I'm going to tell my father that you went to see family for the new moon, and it's something that you guys have with your family over the years. And he's going to say, listen, if my father's cool with it, then I'm going to tell you to come back out the next day and everything's going to be okay. If my father is mad that I let you go, then I know he's out to get you, and you're going to have to stay away permanently. So I don't want to go through the whole chapter, but the whole chapter ends up proving David right. Saul was out to get him, and it was a problem. What I do want to do is go to verse 42.
Verse 42. And Jonathan said to David, go in peace.
If you're going to be in here, be in class, all right? All right. Read that again, sir.
And Jonathan said to David, go in peace. For as much as he has sworn both of us in the name of the Lord, saying, the Lord be between me and thee, and between my seed and thy seed forever. And he arose and departed, and Jonathan went into the city.
So the reality is, they understood each other. There was peace together. And Jonathan was like, just look after my family. If I die, if my father dies, don't sit back here and punish the rest of my family because of what my father's doing right now. Okay? So this is what David is considering now that we're at 2 Samuel chapter 9 and verse 2. Okay? It's just the understanding that, hey, you know what? I'm going to look after Jonathan's family. We had that pact. We had that oath. So let's go in verse 3 now.
2 Samuel chapter 9 and verse 3. And the king said, is there not yet any of the house of Saul, that I may shew the kindness of the Most High unto him?
He was looking to do good by his brother.
Exactly.
That's what leadership has to think like. We're going to look to do good with positive connections, positive relationships. It's about building relationships.
God. After all the wars is over, and after all the conflict is over, now how can I sit back here and nurture and build? Let's keep going.
And Ziba said unto the king, Jonathan had yet a son, which is lame of his feet. And the king said unto him, where is he? And Ziba said unto the king, behold, he is in the house of Machar, the son of Amiel, in Lodibar.
Now hold that. We're going to put this image up online. It's weird because why in the hell is he so far up? He's like east of the Jordan. He's like in Manasseh. He's in Manasseh territory, and he's so far away from from Gibeah, which is south of Jerusalem. Benjamin's land is like right below Jerusalem. So it's crazy that what's his name? That this guy who was supposed to be heir to Saul's area is so far away. And what's happening is even Ishbosheth wasn't even staying in the land of Gibeah. Ishbosheth was staying in the northern kingdom area, near the Manassites also. This is where Ishbosheth was. And Mephibosheth, he's even further north. So what we're going to read in further down in 2 Samuel, we're not going to do it now, but I think it's 2 Samuel. I think it's 2 Samuel 21. We're not going to read it, but there is a reason that, yeah, it is 21. There's a reason that I guess this brother Mephibosheth wasn't in his family's turf in Gibeon. What you're going to read later on in 2 Samuel 21 is that the Most High eventually has a famine in Israel for 3 years. And everybody's trying to find out why the hell is there a famine in the nation for 3 years. The Most High told David through the prophet that the reason there's a famine is because Saul wiped out the family of a family in Gibeon in his religious zeal. He took out. Remember, if y'all remember this in Joshua. Remember, we read it. Remember, there was some nations. They were Canaanites, right? They were Canaanites, and they came to Joshua, and they said, "Listen, Joshua, we come from a faraway place.
From a far land, they have
and we want you to look after us because we want to get down with y'all, right?" Mm-hmm. But they lied and said they was from a far land, but they were really like down the street.
Yeah.
And then the Jews sat back here.
They played that. They feigned they had come from a far distance and they were dirty.
And we want you to look at us and protect us. And so when Joshua and the priests said, "Okay, we're going to look after and protect you," then they sat back here and found out they was down the street. They were the next kingdom they was about to take out.
Yeah. But they
and then the Israelites were like, "Damn, man, you lied to us. Well, we got to stick to our vow." So what ended up happening is that family of people still stayed right near the Benjamite territory in Gibeon. So what Saul did in his religious zeal was to sit back here and wipe out that family that he wiped out that family that were other nations that were blending in with the Gibeonites. But the Most High said what they did was wrong because even Joshua and his family didn't do that.
We had to honor the vow.
They had to honor the vow, and Saul broke the vow. So there was tension in that area in below Jerusalem in Gibeon. And the people that had got wiped out, their family members wanted blood vengeance.
They were offended.
They wanted blood vengeance, and they wanted all the sons of Saul. Because David was like, "What do you want from me to sit back and make this right?"
It's classic. It's classic. Eye for eye, tooth for a tooth.
And they said, "We don't want money.
Yeah.
We don't want land. We want their blood."
Because we were wrong.
I know.
We were in order. We were in ordinance, and we were still punished.
And according to the law, the land isn't settled until the blood has to be spilled for the other blood.
Exactly.
Until recompense is made, that's when there's justice on the land, and the land can move forward. That's what the Most High had the weather be the drought.
But
the reason of
it
this
shows that King Saul once again was not astute to the scriptures.
He wasn't
He wasn't astute to this Hebrew history, Hebrew law, because he was too caught up in intermingling with Doeg.
Yep.
He was caught up in intermingling with
his own. But the crazy is, he was okay with certain nations, but not the other nations.
Exactly.
Like, what are you talking? Why don't you stick to the book?
Because
the point was this.
Preference.
And the reason I'm going into this, and I'm going into this long scenario, was why Mephibosheth is so far away. Because why else would he be so far away from his inheritance, his land that's his?
Yeah.
He's far away, and there's obviously contention in Gibeah about what Saul did 10 some odd years ago. Yeah. What you're going to read, what we're going to read is what David did to squash the beef. Was David took 2 sons of Rabbah, which was one of Saul's handmaids. It's the one that Abner started laying with after he died. He took 2 of her sons and let them hang him. And guess who else he took? He took McCall's 5 sons.
Oh.
Remember McCall had 5 sons from the other nigga. Excuse my friends. Listen. Remember Saul took McCall from David and sent another cat with him, right? We read earlier. Remember we talked about last week that McCall had 5 sons before David took her back. Now McCall kept them. Remember the dude was crying.
Yeah, he followed him.
I know he was following her.
That's what Joab said. Get out of here.
He said, "Get your ass up out of here."
Yeah.
He said, "Shit going to him now. It's over. It's over. Forget about it. Take them babies with you too." So them 5 babies grew up, and they grew up to die.
That's messed up.
Them 5 sons and the 2 sons from Rabbah had to get hung. That's what's going to happen in chapter 21.
Because of bad policy, bro.
They wanted Mishbosheth too.
Yeah.
But they said, I'm not gonna give you Mishbosheth. I'm gonna give you my woman's kids.
Oh, no!
You know that's a step kid.
They step kids. He gave them the step kids.
That's kind of bad.
There's a reason why they called. Listen. Now, remember I said that the scriptures talk about he said David had one wife and her name was called Heifer.
Yep.
That was her. That was her. There's no doubt about it. The one wife he had was called Heifer, and that was what I was giving him problems.
Heifer means immature.
That's all it means. It means immature lady that's being negative.
So, is that where that term, or that saying, being treated like a stepchild?
I had to be. Listen, he said, let them other five get turned up. You know she was even more vexed. She lost her 5 and never had any children with David.
Yeah.
But she was negative with him.
Yeah. She mocked him.
When
he danced before the
brother. It was all these things.
Oh, that's Michelle. Okay.
Yeah, McCall. Yeah, her.
I've been saying them wrong. Okay.
It was her. So her 5 that was from the other cat had to die, and the 2 from Rabbah, the head concubine, they had to die, and then the blood was squashed. He said, I'm not going to let you take Mishbosheth. Because Mishbosheth was Jonathan's son. I'm going to look after you. So this is what's happening, and this is why probably Mishbosheth was so far away up in the damn northern kingdom. It doesn't make sense. What are you going to run? If they came for him, it was over, right? So now David's protection was there to keep Jonathan's lineage intact. Okay, I just want to make sure on that Lodabar point we explained it. Now we go back to 2 Samuel. I didn't want to go read the whole 2 Samuel 21, but I had to explain the tension and why Mishbosheth wasn't in his homeland in the first place.
Well, it makes sense. You stay far from somebody who has an issue.
These Gentiles wanted blood, huh?
Yeah.
Like Saul wiped out our family line, ain't nobody saying nothing about it.
And they haven't received justice.
And they haven't received justice.
And by law, you're supposed to have a city of refuge anyway, so that the avenger don't come and spill your blood.
Yes, sir.
Because somebody will try to come after you.
Yeah. Come. So he was in hiding somewhere.
Well, also
he was in witness. But listen, David had to do an inquiry. He was in witness protection in Lodabar. He was far away. He was far away. And nobody knew where he was except for the one guy. Ziba. So let's keep going. We're in verse 5. Yes.
Verse 5. Then King David sent and fetched him out of the house of Nachar.
I gotta say one thing though. It always shows, because people always there was always when I was young, there's a mystery about Black history past slavery. Like what is so-called Black history? Because we're not Black, right? But what is the Black man's history past slavery? We was just in Africa. We was in Africa out there. We was out there amongst the animals. The zebras and lions and tigers. We was out there with spears and getting them and hunting and ruling the land. Right? No, listen, we have more intricate history than that. The Most High preserved our history in the Bible. He saved us by preserving our ancestry. So all these details are very important, because this would have been the schooling you would have received if you went to your own homeland. Like, they get to go to their schools and learn about George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Graham Bell, the Industrial Revolution, Manifest Destiny, and I don't know all those other guys. Stop listening to that.
Sir Isaac Newton.
Sir Isaac Newton was some guy got a key or something like that, and the lightning bolt came.
That was Benjamin Franklin, man.
Guy.
Franklin, man.
You know what I'm saying? Then the Pilgrims came.
You don't want to bring it out if you don't know it.
Yeah, I don't know. I had to say the Pilgrims were here, and they came on the Mayflower.
Yeah.
And then Black people popped up some kind of way. We don't know how they did here.
They were in chains. They came in chains.
They wanted to have Thanksgiving. They wanted to give pumpkin pie to the devil, right? So what they do is they educate their children about the intricacies of their history, and we get Martin Luther King. And sometimes you get Michael Jackson. He did the moonwalk.
No,
Michael did the moonwalk. He went backwards out.
You get that on television. You don't get that in school.
Michael Jackson.
You don't get Smooth Criminal in the books.
Jordan dunked the basketball.
No, you don't get that. But you get some falsified history out.
Yes, you get falsified.
Rewritten history.
You get George Washington Carver. You get a little bit about Peanut, how he did them Peanut remixes.
Yeah, them Peanuts. Their Peanuts was the best tasting peanuts since the 1800s. You can't eat a peanut of that. that was better than George Washington Carver's peanuts.
And we get the cotton gin.
Cotton Gin, Eli Whitney, right?
Yeah, yeah.
There you go. Remember those? Yep. You know those little snippets.
You know-
Benjamin Banneker.
Benjamin Banneker.
He did the lights,
the floor plans for the White
floor
House.
plans, and he did the stop signs, the stop lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the first black man to die in the revolution was Crispus Attucks.
Yes.
He's the first guy. I just died. I'm the first dead black person. So
I never understood why they hyped that up.
Like,
You're the first guy to take a bullet out.
every movie,
But his white folks
every
in
movie,
Boston out.
every
Off a
single
TI.
movie, the first person to die was a black guy. The monster don't want nobody else but a
It's
black person. man.
Christmas addict syndrome.
So they get their history intricate detail. We don't, and therefore we grow up with these identity issues.
And this is why it's so important. This is why we go throughout the entire Bible, and we sit back here and try to get everybody to see our history from beginning and to end, so we can have a better grasp of our identity and why it's so important to hold back onto the law, statutes, commandments, and just finding a way to stick to our nationality.
And we know our nationalistic tendencies. Because black folk, when times is bad, we all gonna come together, make it work. But when times are good, we're gonna party all the way and forget everything that made us get to this point. And we go through these cycles.
And the key, like David is showing, is can you create urgency? Can you create scenarios to keep you tethered? Can you create spiritual scenarios to keep you tethered to pleasing Him?
Yeah.
And listen, this whole process keeps Him humble. I'm gonna sit back here and I'm gonna give love to the people who crapped on me. I'm gonna sit back here, and now that the war is over, I'm gonna sit back and upkeep my promises that I made, so that I can be justified in the eyes of the Heavenly Father.
He wasn't absorbed into his success. And when we get income tax, all of a sudden we're income tax balling, and we forget the Most High. Israel does that. As a nation, we do this, right? So the Most High is showing us, He's giving us the keys to, when the Most High gives us more resources, how to think.
Yep. So listen, where are we at? We're at 2 Samuel chapter 9 and verse 6, right? Let's read that.
Verse 6. Now when Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, was come unto David, he fell on his face and did reverence. And David said, Mephibosheth, and he answered, Behold, thy servant. And David said unto him, Fear not, for I will surely shew thee kindness for Jonathan thy father's sake, and will restore thee all the land of Saul thy father, and thou shalt eat bread at my table continually.
So listen, he said, I'm going to sit back and come through for you, and I'm going to restore your father's lineage through you, bro. And I'm going to make sure, I'm going to take care of your father and grandfather's lineage runs through you, and I'm not going to take, down the line, Esau, and even us, we would sit back here and take people's lands and take control, and they would wipe out entire generations. He says, I'm not going to do that to you. I'm going to sustain your family line. Read on.
And he bowed himself and said, What is thy servant, that thou shouldest look upon such a dead dog as I?
He says, why look at a person that's so unworthy and give him this position again? Give him this title. Give him this power. Read on. Because you got to understand, people at that particular time who had those handicaps were looked upon as less of a man. And that was another reason why he was so far up living in Lodabar. Because the crazy thing is, this guy Ziba, who was a nation, thought he had greater right to Saul's land than the son who was weakened and broken down. And when it isn't, Ziba followed, but Ziba lost. He said, you're going to be the servant to this man from here on out. You're going to make it work for him, and that land and the benefits from that land goes to him. So who was getting the benefits leading up to this situation? Ziba was getting the benefits.
Yep.
Ziba was winning. Ziba was, all the extra income was to him and his family. Now that nation sit back here and give up his power and position to the rightful heir. That kind of sounds like what's going to happen to us in the end.
Yep.
The nation have all this power and posterity and control. He's going to have to give it up to the limp guy. Yep. You know, we've been spiritually limp and broken down and inadequate for years. Listen, our people as a nation have been looked down upon since before slavery time. And who would have thought that the most spiritually inept nation is going to be the rulers of the world soon? The most technically ignorant of the entire world is going to be world rulers. Can you understand? The Most High is going to tear all the smartest minds and the most intuitive technologies are going to mean nothing when the Most High comes down and destroys it all. And he's going to rebuild the entire world with a bunch of misfits that come from broken homes. It's the same concept. And Zeba had to sit back here and eat it. This crippled guy is going to take all my power. This guy that has no power himself, who's weak, who I esteem to be nobody, is going to sit back here and take over my entire posterity that I've worked years to maintain and keep. That's going to be the kingdom. All these Edomites that fought, stole, killed, robbed,
Had think tanks.
raped,
Yeah.
and all type of manipulations to create a system. That's why the Most High talk in Revelation, like the whole world marveled at the beast. How in the hell did you do this? How in the hell did you sit back here and systematically control and govern the entire world with your policies, with your institutions, with your structure, with your infrastructure, with your technology? How did you do it? How did you break the entire world to make the entire world debt slaves to you? Your colonization tactics, your methods of systematically breaking all of the lower level indigenous people. How did you do it? And to build and create a system so potent and dominant for the Most High to come and just blow on it and it just falls apart. And it to be that land to be re-gifted to the Most High's chosen, who look like the lame guys. As a nation, we look like a bunch of lame you-know-whats who can just run and jump and rap and perform and shuck and jive to make money.
Make jokes.
Make jokes.
Yeah.
Entertain. Listen, we are a service-based nation. All we do is serve and run the machine. That's it. And how the hell can these people who are on the bottom of the totem pole get put back into their position of authority to rule the world? It's the same dynamic. Okay. Jonathan's son, who is this lame guy, is going to get all the keys to the kingdom. And he says, you're going to eat with us at our table in Jerusalem. Okay. You're going to sit back and you're going to continue to live in you're going to the big house. Yep. You're not even going back to Gibeon. You're not even going to your father's. You're going to be in the city of kings.
And he didn't have to do it.
I know that.
It's just going right along with what you're saying. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5. It says, then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such have afflicted him, and made no account of his labor. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear.
Strangeness of salvation.
And shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation.
How in the hell did these people who were lame as a nation, you know, the concept of being lame is unproductive. You can't bring anything to the table for me to respect. And Esau looks at our nation as, what are we going to bring to the table?
Past one generation. Because it's always that one great, we have Black Wall Street, didn't last.
Yeah. Because Esau sat back here and broke it.
We can't defend what we built as a nation.
Or the Harlem Renaissance.
Yeah, Harlem Renaissance.
Yep.
We bring great things to the table, but we can't pass it down on a generational level. And you can tell because you go look at the east side. Look at how many houses are getting sold.
West side.
West side.
East side, west side, south side.
South side.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Our people were cursed. We were cursed with being spiritually lame. Because if we would have all came together as a nation and chose to serve the Most High, we wouldn't be in this situation anyway.
Yep.
But because we're spiritually lame and inept, and we can't get past our own lust,
selfishness,
we can't get past our own desires, we can't get nowhere. Our conduct creates a systematic livelihood of being the crabs in the barrel. Because we can't come together as a nation and get past our lust.
And they designed the system. The system is designed to based on your weaknesses.
And to keep us spiritually lame.
There will always be somebody looking for an escape.
Yeah.
There will always be somebody that's dealing with envy and jealousy. Yeah. There will always be somebody that don't want the responsibility.
And listen, we will always keep these niggas from getting bank loans. You can't get money. You can't get money to get on top.
Why does your race is part of the questionnaire?
Niggas can never get bank loans, huh?
What is your nationality? Why is that necessary on a bank loan?
There is a reason when they were redlining neighborhoods in the 50s and the 40s and the 50s. You know what? The Chinaman can come in here. The Vietnamese can get bank loans.
Yep.
This is why when you go to black neighborhoods, they had cleaners.
Yep.
Listen, you know the long guy was the Chinese guy back in the day. Huh?
What?
Yes.
That's crazy.
And my grandpa said the Chinese man was cutting
No
loans in
way.
the 60s. Huh?
He's come a long way, huh?
Yes, he has. But you know, they were getting bank loans. The Vietnamese were the cleaners. They had the chance to get the mom and pop shops. They got the loans. We never got the loans.
They still have cleaners though.
They still got cleaners. Yeah.
They still have cleaners.
Yeah.
I know that. I don't doubt it. We don't have anything. We don't have anything generationally that we can pass down
to our children.
The work, the difficulties it takes to get the loans, the difficulties it takes to get the opportunities. It's just so much more of an uphill climb versus the other nations. If you have 2 or 3 generations of wealth, of success, of loans and monies, it's easier to kind of take that momentum and keep pushing yourself forward.
You can put your posterity in a better place.
When every generation starts at zero,
and
it's hard to get going.
And Joshua knows this too, as far as San Antonio, the history of San Antonio. We're dealing with San Antonio, the Commerce Street, East Commerce Street, has been well reported that the blacks that had businesses, because Commerce Street was black-owned businesses, right? But they were getting, I don't think, what you call it? They were getting, the cops would come and go shake down all the business owners.
Yeah, they would shake down in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
They would go in, the police would go in and extort the business owners and shake down and get, you had to pay a protection tax. If you didn't want to get beat down, raided, say it again.
Like the mob.
Like the mob. They're operating like this is well known amongst the older generation of San Antonio, that you had crooked cops here in the city that would come and extort the people out of their cleaners, out of their barber shops, out of their sewing shops, whatever it was that they had, they were making money. They would come and extort them, shake them down, and they had to pay a fee if you didn't want to get thrown illegally in jail for no reason. And there was one famous officer in particular who lived in Alamo Heights, which is a well-to-do area of San Antonio. His last name was Warbacher, and everybody knows that how he got his money to afford on a police salary to live in a prestigious neighborhood. Everybody knew, even people that lived in the neighborhood questioned how was he able to afford this type of lifestyle. But how he was afforded it was the extorting of the neighborhoods of the blacks and Hispanics, of kicking down doors, extorting the shop owners, the police. He would shake down everything. We use a pimp, prostitute, business owner, legitimate or illegitimate. He was shaking everybody down. And these stories have been passed down to the younger generation.
And these are the legitimate, because people always paint the picture of we make money illegally. These are legitimate owned businesses that were still getting taxed.
Yep. And this is a common theme that happened amongst all of our neighborhoods and all of our cities. You know, it wasn't an uncommon thing. I just want to read one verse on that too. Is Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 1. Apocryphal. Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 1. Red Apocryphal, page 76. It says, "Wisdom lifteth up the head of him that is of low degree, and maketh him to sit among great men." So it's our best opportunities of coming up out of our position is to obtain as much wisdom as possible that the Most High has to offer. He says, "Commend not a man for his beauty, neither abhor a man for his outward appearance." And looking at Ziba was kind of disdained on the fact that Jonathan's son had the lame infirmity.
Why would you say? David just asked, okay, is there any descendants of Jonathan? There's one, but he can't walk.
What does that mean?
What's that got to do with the prostitute in China? Why you got to throw that out there?
Right. What does that matter? What does that matter? That's why he says, "Commend not a man for his beauty, neither abhor a man for his outward appearance." Verse 4, I'm going to jump down. It says, "Boast not of thy clothing and raiment, and exalt not thyself in the day of honor. For the works of the Lord are wonderful, and his works are among men are hidden."
Wow.
So nobody knew that Jonathan's son, being lame of feet, would be remembered by David years later after David ascended the throne, and then will be recalled back into his position of inheritance and of land ownership. But the Most High's plans are hidden. That's what the whole point of going here is, to show you that we're limited in understanding what the future beholds. But the Most High understands exactly the nature of how things are going to be played out, in whose favor and whose removal of favor. And that's why it goes down to verse 5. It says, many kings have sat down upon the ground, and one that was never thought of hath worn the crown.
Wow.
So it says, many mighty men have been greatly disgraced, and the honorable delivered into other men's hands. So you never are able to be clear about your situation. So the purpose of this is that we should always remain humble, knowing that our direction and path is written in the hands of the Most High and not our own destiny. We could acquire whatever wealth, prosperity, position that we want, but it's up to the Most High to say, you know what, whether you'll obtain this or gain this or this favor will always be in your hand or your possession from this time forth. Only the Most High can look down range and has the ability to see down line exactly where your children are going to be, where your grandchildren are going to be, where you're going to be. So the objective is to stay humble and remain humble, because none of us have that kind of foresight that the Most High has. So the best thing is to use wisdom and to be humble at all times, and that put us in a position that this goes to show how the Most High set up David, remembered Jonathan's son, and brought his son right back into position of power.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Just going off the scripture right here.
It's beautiful. It's just a reminder. Did you have any more in your verses you want to pull up?
Con.
I'm sorry. Let's keep going. Let's go back to that real quick. It was Wisdom of Solomon 5, verse 1 and 2, right?
Yeah, I was in the end of
2.
Just read 2 again. So Wisdom of Solomon chapter 5, verse 2. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation. So far beyond all they that looked for him, or that looked. Verse 3. And they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit, shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, and a proverb of reproach.
That's exactly what it is, because this is how Mephibosheth was the eye. Everybody looked at him in reproach and disgust. And even in Ezekiel talks about how the nations hissed at us.
God.
They had a disdain for us. But those people that the world hated and couldn't stand was the nation that was going to get lifted up and chosen by the Heavenly Father.
God, and that proverb is nigga, spit,
yep,
wet back, jigaboo.
Yep. Brother, just every derogatory statement around that's labeled by us. That's how the nation looks at us, and the Most High. Illegals, yeah, exactly.
Aliens.
Illegal aliens.
Come on.
Infestations.
Brother.
Like as if in reference to pests, like insects, like cockroaches.
Yeah, vermin. Exactly. All these negative ideologies about our people. Those are the ones that are God's chosen. Those are the ones the Moses says, come up here to the big seat and have meals with us. This is what the Most High talks about. Or Christ talks about, don't sit back and push yourself to be in those high seats. Wait to be called.
Yeah.
All the nations sat back here and took the position of kings and leaders as if they were supposed to be here by God's will. Manifest destiny. We were chosen by the God to take over the Indians. No, you didn't. You were chosen to sit back here and sting us because we didn't follow the laws of the Most High.
And it wasn't by your wisdom.
Exactly.
It wasn't by your greatness.
The Most High allowed your crafts to prosper for a certain point.
And I just want to add that too, just because who's in power now. Genesis chapter 27, verse 38. And Esau said unto his father, we're talking about the Edomites, the Esau being the Edomite nation. It says, "Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father." And Esau wept. Esau lifted up his head, his voice, and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. He says, okay, I'll give you a blessing, but you still got to follow you're still going to be under your brother's control. Mm-hmm. He said, but I'll give you a blessing. You'll get the dew of the earth, you'll get the fatness, the dwelling of the fatness of the earth, and the dew of heaven from above. Meaning, your situation shall be prosperous. You'll get all the wealth that you want. You'll get all the accumulation of power that you want. He says, but it's under one condition, and this is the condition. He says, and by thy sword shalt thou live. So what the blessing that his father passed down to him, Isaac passed down to Esau, was he blessed him with the sword. He said, basically, if you want this power, if you want this control, if you want this ability to rule the world, He says you got to do it by the sword. You have to do it by killing. He really blessed them with a curse. Because that by doing so, it makes you a bloody man.
Yeah, live with the sword, shall die by the sword.
Shall die by the sword. It makes you a murderer. So he says, and by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother, and it shall come to pass when thou shalt have dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. So how was Esau going to break the control that we had over him for all these years? He had to become a bloody man. He had to become a killer. He had to become a murderer in order to have power. So what he was blessed with was really a curse. Because now he's the murderer or the child of the devil or the father of the devil. Just like Christ said, you're a murderer from the beginning. You are the child. You are the father of the devil. Because he was a murderer from the beginning. So now that was the only way that he was going to proclaim rulership, dominance, and power over the whole earth is by killing and destroying. Like he said in John 10:10, the thief cometh not but to kill, steal, and destroy. So that's the only way he's able to maintain power, is to be a bloody man.
Hey, we got to go back to Wisdom of Solomon 5. There's still more, right?
I just wanted to finish 2 more verses.
Heck yeah.
Verse 4. We fools accounted his life madness.
Exactly.
And his end to be without honor.
They felt we were going to sit back here and just drop off the map and fall apart. Listen, they've been sitting back here and creating, I'm going to say jabs, I'm going to get in trouble. Establishing jabs and all type of medical approaches to sit back here and wipe us off the planet.
AIDS.
Listen, hell, Planned Parenthood was one of the major murders of our people. All that was to depopulate our nation. And our end was supposed to be what? Without honor. We were supposed to fade off and it stay down. That was the we're not even we're not even really the threat. The threat is Russia.
Yeah.
The threat's China. That's where everybody's worried about. The threat's losing Saudi Arabia's oil supply. They're not worried about niggas on the corner and then the west side over here, the south side over here. Right. The guy that's tagging on the damn wall. What is that? These guys are insignificant. Right?
That's your common Edomite, because the elites, they know the scriptures.
Exactly.
So they know all of this stuff that's going on in Russia is part of our deliverance of us getting out of here.
And that's why they're sweating.
That's why
because they can't get this. And the crazy thing, you got Putin is quoting. It's got he's got Bible prophecies. I wouldn't doubt it that this guy has been told some prophecies. I would not doubt it. This guy's on another. Was that
no different than Alexander?
That's what I have no doubt. This guy's sitting back here. He's been told in the scriptures.
Putin, you're the guy.
You're the guy. You guys are Magi, and you guys are going to sit back here and take this thing over corrupt, morally corrupt Babylon.
People.
I already know this guy.
You the bear.
They're the ones talking about not pushing the homosexual agenda. They're the ones going against all these agendas.
And guys, make this point. And now
that's why he's always next to the head of the Greek Orthodox Church. Him and the Greek Orthodox Church are like buddies. They stand side by side in their church beliefs.
Greeks seek wisdom. The Jews require what?
Something got to fall out the sky.
Man, you see that eclipse the other week? There was an eclipse.
It was a blood moon. You better watch out. The Most High gonna get us. It was bloody.
Yeah, bloody.
That means a bad omen.
Bloody moon. It was Pyru moon.
Oh my!
That's how people are looking at things.
Pyru moon.
You know what? I said to say this. Our people have been extremely superstitious for hundreds of years. That's how Esau beat us out. I got fire. I got these shiny shells. I'm going to Puerto Rico with these shells. And I'm going to give them beads. He'll give me gold. I got beads for you. Glass beads. Can I have some gold?
Bells.
Yep.
I got bells. Ding, 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 ding.
I got mirrors.
It was either that or overly religious. Don't forget.
Yeah.
The Greeks came in and housed Israel because they just walked in the doors on Sabbath.
On the Shabbat.
They walked in on the Sabbath multiple times. It wasn't just the time that you read about the first Maccabees. They did it before that.
Oh, man.
And we just let them in. Hey, come on in, Greeks. Oh, you're about to take us over. But it's the Sabbath. What do we do? Or slavery.
Or Maccabees.
No, it was before that. I'm trying to tell you, it happened before Maccabees.
Come. I got you.
Because when Ptolemy's men came in before that.
Yeah.
After Alexander died, Ptolemy's men came in and just housed the country on Shabbat.
Or I gotta go to my era.
It's the truth.
Or we gonna sing some songs. sing some Negro
We
spirituals.
should overcome.
Yeah, we're gonna sing songs, Negro spirituals, and we're gonna have red punch, and we're gonna have donuts after church. We're gonna get together, and we're all right. As long as we sing together, it's gonna be all right, y'all.
So when they're sitting back here spraying water at us and having damn German shepherds biting us out.
Yeah. Oh, the Lord's gonna let it. Listen, it ain't gonna be like this forever. It ain't gonna be like this forever, y'all. We're gonna keep walking and marching together.
Getting bit.
And we're gonna vote. We never had a chance to vote, y'all. That was the reason. We've been down because we haven't had a chance to vote.
It's a joke, bro.
So guess what? We fought.
How about the ballot boxes been stuffed last time? How about 2,000 Mules? When you get a chance, watch it out. When you get a chance, watch the movie 2,000 Mules. It shows you that China was stuffing the ballot boxes, and they had teams of men stuffing absentee ballot boxes out. So what good is the whole voting process when it's rigged from jump? That's why Trump was like, listen, man, we got to stop these absentee ballots. There's photos all across the country of people just stuffing the mailboxes with ballots out.
And videos out.
It's video footage. They're going from mailbox to those blue mailboxes. They're just stuffing it in there, bro. And then somewhere else, stuffing it. Like, what the hell's going on? The fix was in, huh?
Hey, man.
But voting is the answer?
There's even a picture of people in China printing out
That's what
American
I'm saying.
votes out. They're like smiling, huh?
They're printing out American votes. They're getting it out to the Americans, and it was a massive amount of absentee votes, huh? That is unprecedented.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Wow.
voting don't work, y'all.
But a lot of people bled for it.
I know.
Rock the vote, vote or die. Diddy was out there dancing.
Like this.
He was out there dancing.
With his mohawk, he had that high mohawk at the time, man.
He's out there dancing out, talking about some bad boy. Listen, y'all, we need to rock the vote.
Take that.
Nah, did he change his name to Love? What is
Yeah,
his name? Love?
come on, bro.
goodness.
You wasn't Diddy no more?
We followed everything except the Most High. We done everything but love our power.
Yep.
We done everything but keep the commandments.
Yep.
And now finally.
And this is why the Most High that's why the nations looked at us like we were less than nothing out there.
Okay.
These guys aren't the threat. All we gotta do is keep pumping drugs in the neighborhoods, to sit back here and keep empowering these women by letting them realize they can survive better and make more money with the father out the house.
Yep.
Let's keep corrupting the family without taking the father out the house, having the fathers in jail, having them strung out on drugs,
And now they're attacking the children down there.
and let the system just keep working.
Hell has
We
to
feed the system.
That's what I want. And let's keep bringing the bad foods in there. Let's keep throwing bad food in their culture.
Yeah.
They can keep breaking the laws culturally. So we don't got to worry. They're neutralized. The Negro is neutralized. The Mexicans neutralized.
COINTELPRO.
What's that?
Yeah.
COINTELPRO.
Yeah.
The whole operation to neutralize any black resurgence whatsoever.
And that's running perfectly. So now we can sit back here. We've colonized all these little small corn-eating countries. Now let's sit back here and break Russia. They're next. We break Russia, then we'll break China.
It's over then.
Then it's over, and that's not. And Moses gonna flip everything on them, and bring up these poor lowly people there's no threat, no pressure to them at all, and they're gonna be the ones that rule this world. Keep going, Tasafar.
Verse 5. How is he numbered among the children of God?
Exactly. How are these spiritually lame people,
Decrepit, gang
broken down
These
people,
niggas.
felons.
exactly, fellas, criminals, crooks,
Yeah.
basketball players? How are they gonna be the ones that are God's chosen? When we have sat back here and been the forerunners of industry, pioneering all type of inventions, we're the ones that should be respected.
Pushing society forward.
Pushing society forward. Read on.
And his lot is among the saints.
Exactly. How is these guys the saints and not us? How are they chosen? And this is what Ziba's experiencing. How the hell is this crippled dude going to take the land I've been working for 15, 20 years on? Think about that. Ziba put the work in. Huh? He was working for Saul, after Saul, and this guy can't do nothing on the land.
Yep.
Let's read on what he's...
I gotta pull one thing.
Okay.
Real quick. Job 20:5.
Doing a dancing to Job, huh?
Hey guys, Job time.
Job chapter 20 and verse 5.
That
the trumpeting,
You got to read verse 4.
verse 4. Knowest thou not this of old, since man was placed upon earth?
From the beginning.
So this is from the beginning. In the beginning, the Most High created the heavens and the earth.
And,
And we
and-
know
and this is a concept that is tried and true since the beginning of time.
the Most High already had this established. These prophecies are even in the book of Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High was just waiting for the Hebrew Israelites, our nation of people, to completely submit and commit themselves in pure dedication and loyalty to the Heavenly Father and love for each other. Read.
That the triumphing of the wicked is short.
Listen, these nations have triumphed. I ain't gonna lie, they've done some pretty major moves. They've made some major moves in comparison to where we're at. 80 years of success.
80
Read.
years on top.
80 years on top. Read on.
And the,
Go ahead.
and the joy of the hypocrite, but for a moment.
The joy of the hypocrite, but for a moment. This is a God-fearing nation. This is a nation of, I'm gonna swear on the Bible. These laws. My country, tis thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing, land of my father's pride.
Yep.
Something I don't remember the rest of the song. The whole idea is, our people have sat here and had to bear the brunt.
One nation under God and a principle.
One nation under God, indivisible. And if you listen,
With liberty and justice for all.
with
You're
liberty and justice for everybody, everybody's getting justice. Not when the police shoot you.
Nope.
Not when the police kill you. Not when the popo
Now
murder you.
your hands up and you're unarmed.
I can't breathe.
And the camera's
all
on.
these things.
And the camera's on, and you still can't get justice. They watched you die on the camera. Still, we don't have to understand what happened before the camera was cut on,
Okay.
because we don't know what his motivations were. He could have been a gang member. He could have been a bad guy. They also had to destroy the image of the victim to justify our lack of humanity in the eyes of media, to justify our dying, our death. Read on.
Or they kill themselves. So what's the big deal?
Exactly. Read, sir.
Though his excellency mount up to the heavens.
So the excellency of this nation is mounted up to the heavens. They just like Nimrod built his Tower of Babylon to the heavens, is the same way that this nation has built their kingdom and their power and their authority.
As they can take it.
Listen,
That's what it means. I'm taking this kingdom as far as I can take it.
You took it to the moon, baby. You tried.
Yeah.
You tried to go all the way to the
Well,
moon.
Esau's tried to act as the Most High with all of their cloning, animal cloning, probably people cloning.
Exactly.
All the different splicing of science and the different extremes they tapped into science.
Or trying to terraform Mars and inhabit Mars as a new colony.
Bro,
And
all
place-
these different
and place
things.
settlements and civilizations
Tripping,
on Mars.
Huh?
That is a trip.
That's why they're saying
That's
themselves
crazy,
as the
huh?
Most High.
That is crazy. What's so crazy is how accurate the Bible is. We have no reason not to follow it, not to trust in it. I'm looking on the screen. They're like, was David real? Was Goliath really as tall as they said he was? All their scientific community is about is trying to make you doubt the belief in the Bible and the Scripture.
And you'll sit back and always say they're always attacking. Well, the writers were trying to push a narrative. How about this Bible was written by the inspiration of the Heavenly Father? Why can't you leave it at that?
The allegory of the Bible, it was good to keep people in order and happy, but they never say this. The actual psychology community, all their theories when it comes to things that are effective go off of what? The Scriptures. Read.
Or when there's
Yes, sir.
when there's a school shooter, they say we need prayers. But you take prayer out of school.
Wow.
Exactly.
But now we need your prayers. We need everybody's prayers when there's a school shooter in school.
But how about when the school shooting was going on, the police were outside watching it?
Yeah.
Why didn't you go in?
Yep, they was.
Why they were just hearing gunshots and they were like
They
this.
didn't want a good shot.
I thought these guys were supposed to be saving people.
Thank you.
Why talk about praying for Uvalde, the kids? Why are you going there with guns blazing?
You're a peace officer, right?
Aren't you trained to deal with situations like this?
You can kill niggas. You can kill niggas as soon as
You can shoot them.
Nigga walk wrong. He was trying to.
He was reaching.
He was.
Yeah.
He was running.
He had a cane.
He was
on his
running.
phone.
Felt threatened.
He had a cell phone. I thought it was his Magnum.
That's my point. Don't you think these kids was threatened? You don't want to go in there and at least see what the hell happened?
They were begging.
Our parents were begging. They was sitting there posted up.
They were saying, please help you.
They were giving orders to stand down.
Yep.
This is as simple as they were giving orders to stand down so that we can sit back here and create more gun control laws. That's really the point. Let's get gun control laws to get these guns out of these people so when these takeovers start happening, nobody can defend themselves.
Yep.
It's that simple.
Yep. Keep reading, sir.
Verse 6. Through his excellency though his excellency mount up to the heavens, and his head reach unto the clouds.
His pride has reached the clouds. His ideology has reached the clouds. He thinks he's reached the clouds with his satellites. Read.
Yet he shall perish forever, like his own dung.
The prophecy still stands. He shall perish forever, like his own excrement. Read.
They which have seen him shall say, where is he?
They'll be like, wow, where is this powerful giant? Meaning the times will continue. Life will continue. Generations will continue. The world will continue. And his influence will be damn near forgotten unless it's preserved biblically and we create museums.
This was the time of the mighty American Empire.
Exactly.
This is the time, man, they were connected to the Greek Empire. They were just the latter end of the Roman Empire.
Exactly.
And now they finally fell, and now this new time is here.
This will be history. This will be the history we teach our children in school.
Yep.
Read.
He shall fly away as a dream.
He shall fly away as a dream. It will be as almost as he had not been. Because the triumph of the wicked is short. Read.
And shall not be found. Yea, he shall be chased away as a vision of the night.
Come. Keep reading, sir.
The eye also which shall see him, the eye also which saw him shall see him no more.
There's not going to be any remembrance. These last few lines have been explaining the same point. The remembrance of these people are going to fade away.
Come, that fear, that black fear that we have when they come up.
And all the programming that they've used to break us and indoctrinate us, there's not going to be any remembrance of all the native that they've done.
Come, don't look up. When a white man's in the room, don't look him in the eye.
Yep.
When they come in the room, you better open the door.
Across the street, you better cross the street.
Exactly.
Because by the time we get to this point, the Most High's laws and commandments will be reestablished on the earth, and all the memory and the remembrance of the spiritual degradation and the spiritual disconnection from the Most High, that's going to be forgotten too. The policy is going to be forgotten.
Read on.
Neither shall his place any more behold him.
His place, he won't have a place. He won't have a damn opinion. Oh, in my opinion, males, they have a feminine side. You know what? That should be appreciated, accepted.
Yeah.
He won't have a say in affairs. He won't have a say with his science.
Policy.
I have so much science. I come from this college right here. We come from this college. This institution has been around for a long time, and my parents are Masons, and we have, they run companies, and my father works at Tesla. You're not going to have a place in these discussions, in these world conversations and topics. Read.
His children shall seek to please the poor.
And his children at this moment, man, we're going to go back to these bad communities. We're going to go overseas and take care of these little Mexican kids. And we're going to go build houses in the small towns of Guatemala. And we're going to take care of the children. We're going to have, what are those ministers that go across the world?
Missionaries.
We have missionaries go into West Africa. And we're going to go ahead and help these people and simultaneously abuse their kids.
That's happening too.
And his hands shall restore their goods.
And we're going to sit here and we're going to build up their neighborhoods again. And we're going to give them, we're going to just take care of them. And we're going to build little communities just to help them. Because we feel bad that we took your land.
Yep.
Read.
His bones are full of the sins of his youth.
This point I want to emphasize. His bones, even though they're trying to do good now, we're going to try to take care of the environment. The environment matters. We got to be green.
It only matters after your people destroyed it in the first
We got to
place.
be green, guys. We want the air to be clean. Yeah. You polluted the air. You polluted the earth. You destroyed everything, and now all of a sudden you want to be good. The Most High has not forgotten how you got in this position. Read.
Which shall lie down with him in the dust.
You're going to die because of your sins as a nation. Like we had to die because of our sins as a nation. The Most High is fair. Read.
Though wickedness be sweet in his mouth.
Read.
Though he hide it under his tongue.
He still has these policies, feminism, and all these different libertine concepts and different liberal ideals. Read.
Though he spare it and forsake it not, but keep it still within his mouth.
They still don't take back their lives out. They still push to our children that a tadpole turned into a man and evolution's still real. Read.
Yet his meat is his bowels is turned. It is the gall of ass within him.
Read on. Last but not least.
He had swallowed down riches.
He
swallowed down riches.
He took the Native Americans' lands and put them on reservations. He got us out here thinking crazy, acting crazy, forgetting who we are. Read.
And he shall vomit them up again. The Most High shall cast them out of his belly.
The Most High has not forgotten all the lies and the resources that have been stolen from our people.
Yeah.
The Most High will return it.
Because the punishment was only because we sinned. Listen, their rise to the top was punishment to us. When we get back up, they're about to fall. And just trying to tie it back in, 2 Samuel 9 was a reminder that the Most High still chose the lame, still chose the broken down spirit to get elevated to the position of power and authority that the Most High intended him to do, just like us. We're the lame, broken down, beat down, downtrodden nation, forgotten nation. The Most High really hasn't forgotten. He's going to elevate them back to elite status soon enough. So now we're at 2 Samuel chapter 9 and verse 8. Yeah.
2 Samuel chapter 9 verse 8. And he bowed himself and said, What is thy servant, that thou shouldest look upon such a dead dog as I am?
He says, I am nothing to be respected. I'm on the lowest level. Why are you choosing me to get this power and rulership again? Read on.
Then the king called Ziba, Saul's servant, and said unto him, I have given unto thy master's son all that pertaineth to Saul and to all his house.
So whatever you thought you had, he wasn't going to sit back. Listen, Ziba should have said, man, listen, Mephibosheth, you should come down. This is your land. It's your father's, your grandfather's land. It's yours. Ziba wasn't saying nothing. Ziba had his head down, making his bread every harvest. I'm going to make my ankles. I ain't saying nothing unless somebody else is going to say something. I'm just going to keep my head. Shh, sons. He had like 15 sons. Everybody be quiet. Let's go make this money. Everybody be quiet and let's make this money until the money pot's gone. We're going to keep making the bread. Read on.
Thou therefore and thy sons and thy servants shall till the land for him.
You're going to go back to your place, your rightful place as a servant.
That's just.
But you thought you was in a big house. You was in Saul's big house chilling out.
Yeah.
He was in Saul's mansion. Because don't forget, back in the day, Saul didn't have a temple in a certain land. He just had his mansion in Gibeon. He was the king. So he ran everything from his house. So obviously it was some upgrades. So this servant's in a big house chilling out, living his life, smiling, having all the money, all the bread, all the resources. He says, no, you going back to the small house and you're going to make money. You're going to earn for your master.
That's right with God.
That's right with the Most High.
That's justice, right?
That's just everybody. This is why people's ideas and conception of heaven is all off. Heaven, one group is going to be on top, the other ain't. Everybody's going to be in the same equal plane. No, it ain't. Because this is right now, it's the so-called white man's heaven, and we're in hell. Yeah. When we get back in power, we're going to be on top, and you're going to be in a little house, working 9 to 5, and that's it. No longer than that. Listen. Don't forget, slavery was when you wake up at night. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. They said slavery was like from 4 a.m. till around 10 p.m.
Yeah.
That was the hours. 4 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some police.
It was dark to dark. Huh?
I'm gonna have some police in my kingdom out.
Exactly.
You stepping in the crack, you got a whip on your back. You better step no cracks in my kingdom out. You better walk on like this.
You better have light feet out. That's
not step on no cracks. I would not accept this.
This is a cruel guy right here, man. Let's keep going. Listen, thou shalt not step on the crack.
I'm not gonna let that happen, man. It cannot be accepted.
I get it. So be it.
Your borders matter. My borders matter. Exactly. You don't step into my borders.
Exactly.
Those cracks belong to me.
That's proper practice. Property line, son. Okay, verse 10. Let's get that.
Right.
Thou therefore and thy sons and thy servants shall till the land.
They do that now. That's called eminent domain.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That belong to me. You know what I'm saying? We do that now. We go into somebody's house. They got stand your ground laws.
Yeah.
They can shoot and kill you because you know what? You was on their property. You know what I'm saying? They doing it now to this day. We get shot down because they saying we was on their property.
His just sounded funnier.
I know.
Read on.
shall till the land for him, and thou shalt bring in the fruits, that thy master's son may have food to eat.
So he says, you're gonna till the land just for him, and thou shalt bring in the fruits, that thy master's son, which is Mephibosheth, may have food to eat. So you're gonna bring it all to his household. Read on.
To eat bread always at my table.
No, he says, but Mephibosheth, thy master's son, shall eat bread always at my table. So Mephibosheth's gonna be up in Jerusalem. You're going to be in Gibeah, busting your tail, sending the resources back up to him in the big city. Read on.
Now Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants.
So he was stretching out the land. He was chilling. He had an operation in Gibeah in Saul's land. He was getting paid. Things was working out. Wow. He was like, no, that's not Saul's house. It's a Ziba's crib now. This is Ziba's house.
Ziba got different rules.
He got Ziba's house got different rules, but now you got to give it all back and go back into his position. Wow. Read on.
Then said Ziba unto the king, accordingly to all that my lord the king had commanded his servant, so shall thy servant do.
He said, I'm going to do exactly what you say. What you going to say? Say, no, hell no, Dave. I don't like this deal. This deal don't fit good with my plans, Your Honor. No, he going to say, yes, sir. I'm going to go back home before I get killed. Yep. So we'll keep going.
Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
As for Mephibosheth, said the king, he shall eat at my table as one of the king's sons.
Your family forever. I mean, listen, within a day, his gear got tightened up. Everything got tightened up. It was robes. It was linens. He was swimming in linen.
Yeah, like it was no condominium.
It was no condominium, exactly. Overnight.
Yeah.
Read on.
And Mephibosheth had a young son whose name was Micah.
So now that genealogy can keep going now. The next one's going to be okay, and he's going to rebuild his nation, his people. Read on.
And all that dwelt in the house of Ziba were servants unto Mephibosheth.
Everything swapped. All the power vacuum switched overnight. So David sitting back here and doing justice by the relationship he had with Jonathan is the same concept. The Most High never forgot his oath with who? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It always talks about, I never forgot my oath with those three. And because I ain't forgot my oath with those three, I'm going to bring you guys back
That
up.
shows how honorable the Most High is.
And this is what the Most High said, David was a man after his own heart. Because David didn't forget those honors. David didn't forget those connections. Just like the Most High in Christ didn't forget those connections. And that's how it parallels in this story. Because you wonder, it just shows the depth in this chapter and why it had a deeper meaning than just Mephibosheth just getting put back into his place. But let's keep going.
So Mephibosheth dwelt in Jerusalem, for he did eat continually at the king's table, and was lame on both his feet.
And it wasn't even the weakness and the deficiencies didn't matter at a certain point.
Well, he was living good.
And when you weak at the feet, meaning somebody got to carry you or assist you.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
And the Most High looked past those deficiencies and still elevated him, like He's going to look past our weaknesses and elevate us. It's explaining our plight to salvation. Mm-hmm. We're gonna be saved lame, weak, deficient, lacking.
The whole D not a physician.
Like Jeremiah said, we're gonna be found wanting. Yeah. Even in our best pursuits, we're gonna still be wanting. And with that being the case, He's gonna still save us if He finds us so doing. Anyway, let's go chapter 10.
Chapter 10, verse 1. And it came to pass after this, that the king of the children of Ammon died, and Hanan his son reigned in his stead. So, okay, the king of Ammon died, and Hanun his son reigned in his stead. Let's go real quick. 1 Chronicles chapter 19, verse 1. We're gonna go back to 2 Samuel real quick. 1 Chronicles chapter 19 and verse 1. And it came to pass after this, that Nahash, the king of the children of Ammon, died, and his son reigned in his stead. So this chapter talks about how Nahash died, and he didn't name his son.
2 Samuel didn't name the name Nahash as the king of Ammon. He just named his son Hanun, reign. They just kind of give the same explanation but focus on different things. Chapter 10 talks about the son Hanun. Chapter 19 in Chronicles talks about Nahash. And it's going to explain it in the next verse that Nahash was the king that was poking the eyes out of the Jews. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Read verse 2.
Verse 2. And David said, I will shew kindness unto Hanan, the son of Hanash, because his father shewed kindness to me.
I'm sorry. Let's go to I didn't clarify. 2 Samuel chapter 10 verse 2. That was on me.
Okay.
My fault.
2 Samuel chapter 10 verse 2. Then said David, I will shew kindness unto Hanan, the son of Hanash, and his father shewed kindness, as his father shewed kindness unto me. And David sent to comfort him by the hand of his servants for his father.
So what David did is, because Nahash, they obviously had a treaty and some kind of respect amongst each other, and there wasn't any beef at that time. So what David did is sent servants to Nahash's son Hanun to kind of just show condolences and respect for the passing of the king. Read on.
And David's servants came unto the land of the children of Ammon, and the princesses of the children of Ammon said unto Hanan their lord, thinkest thou that David doth honor thy father, that he hath sent comforters unto thee?
He said, you think David's sitting back here and sending these cats in here because everything's cool and he's trying to be a nice guy and he really cares about us and what's going on with us? Read on.
Had not David rather sent his servants unto thee to search the city and to spy it out and to overthrow it? So
what's happening is his advisors are saying, listen man, there's beef here. Don't bring them in. You let them in, they're going to sit back here and spy out the city and they're going to find ways to overthrow us. Don't be soft on these guys. Yep. This is your first chance as a king. You got to make a strong position so the people can see and then the world can see that you mean business, Hanun. You have to also understand that at this time there was still underlying issues between Ammon and Israel. How we know? Hold this. We're going to go to 1 Samuel chapter 11. 1 Samuel chapter 11. And we're going to read verse 1 down.
1 Samuel chapter 11 and verse 1. Then Nahash the Ammonite came up and encamped against Jabesh Gilead.
Jabesh Gilead is east of the Jordan. So this is at the time Nahash was an Ammonite. He was taken out and given the Jews on the east of Jordan a lot of problems. And Jabesh Gilead is around here. Okay, I can't. This map doesn't have it exact, but Jabesh Gilead is around here or around here. I would say around here. This is around Jabesh Gilead. I'm trying to find a spot. Yeah, this is Jabesh Gilead. This is Jabesh Gilead, which is right around there. Right? Let me make sure I do this right. Okay, so yeah, Jabesh Gilead, you got Galilee. It's in the middle. Jabesh. Okay. Okay, it's around here. It's around here. No, it's around here. I'm sorry. That's where Jabesh Gilead is. So anyway, it's on the east side of the Jordan River. And remember I taught you about that guy Nahash was taking guys' eyes out? This is at the time that it was happening. So read on.
And all the men of Jabesh said unto Nahash, make a covenant with us, and we will serve thee.
Listen, that means that the Israelites of Jabesh Gilead had presented themselves to the king of Ammon and said, hey, we want peace. We don't want no beef. Because there's obviously a reputation that Nahash was breaking dudes and poking a whole lot of eyes out. Read on.
And Nahash, the Ammonite answered them, on this condition will I make a covenant with you, that I may thrust out all your right eyes and lay it for a reproach upon all Israel.
Who's going to always let these guys forcibly get one of those damn ice cream cone, them ice cream poppers out and take eyeballs out of that? How is he going to take it out? Here's that ice cream scoop, huh?
That's not cool, bro.
And you got somebody like, you can take it, master. Hell no, huh? I'm not gonna let this dude just take my eyeball out, huh?
Bring the royal ice pick.
And the whole nation got a damn patch out with all pirates out here, huh?
Unacceptable. Huh?
The whole nation, the slick Rick's, huh? There's the whole East of Jordan slick Rick in it, huh?
You too, huh?
This is crazy. Yeah, I got slick Rick too, G. It's ridiculous, huh? So nobody's gonna take this deal, but obviously people were. Because they got to that city. He had a reputation of taking on eyes, huh? That's a sucky damn reality, huh? Anyway, I keep going, huh?
And the elders of Jabesh said unto him, Give us 7 days respite, that we may send messengers unto all the coast of Israel, and then, if there be no man to save us, we will come out to thee.
Shit.
Need more than
Listen,
7 days.
I ain't a month, my G.
Please give me some time.
Listen, he's like, so if nobody comes to save us, we'll give us our eyes. We'll give you our eyes, huh? Forget this, huh? Read on, huh?
Then came the messengers of Gilead of Saul, and told the tidings in the ears of the people. And all the people lifted up their voice and wept.
So everybody felt bad for the people on the east. And this is a new thing, because before this time, nobody gave a shit about nobody. And we're going to prove that by what Saul had to do to unify the nation. Because during the time of Judges, if the people up north were getting suffering, people up south were like, they just suffering up north. It's a bad time for them.
We'll pray for them.
We'll pray for Ukraine. We'll pray for Jabesh Gilead. When the Israel from the south was getting messed up, the north was like, they had it coming. I don't know what to say.
I didn't like him anyway.
I didn't like him anyway. And that was the whole thing. Or the guys in the east of Jordan just getting banged on. Hey, they got they weren't with us anyway. They didn't cross over to Jordan with us. That's literally the spirit of what was going on in the time of Judges. It was every province for themselves. Even the judges weren't the judges over the entire nation. They were judges over certain jurisdictions. That's it. Okay, so let's keep going.
Verse 5. And behold, Saul came after the herd out of the field. And Saul said, What aileth the people, that they weep? And they told him the tidings of the men of Jabesh.
Under the leadership of Nahash, that just died in 2 Samuel chapter 10. This is a concept to keep in mind. Read on.
And the Spirit of the Most High came unto Saul when he had heard those tidings, and his anger was kindled greatly. And he took a yoke of oxen and hewed them in pieces.
That means a yoke is 2 oxen. And he cut them in pieces. Read on.
And sent them throughout all the coast of Israel by the hands of the messengers, saying, Whosoever cometh not forth after Saul and after Samuel, so shall it be done unto his oxen.
So listen, read on.
And the fear of the Lord fell on the people, and they came out with one consent.
So what did it take for all the nations to rally together? Saul had to threaten to kill to cut their money off. Because the oxen was how they plowed the land.
Yep.
So he says, I'm gonna take your access and ability to survive if you don't come and fight.
That's your employment.
That's the only way you can feed your family. But that was what it took to get Israel to come together. They were not going to come together unless there was the threat of losing their livelihood was thrown in front of them. That's what shows you how disconnected and how hateful we were. The only reason I'm going to get up is because I didn't want to lose. I got to pay my rent. So the king tells me my rent ain't going to get paid. Then I got to go fight. That's it. That was the mindset of the Jews at the time. And this guy was poking eyeballs out for the hell of it, to break people militarily. Because it talks about in the Josephus how, like we said, they hold the shields with their left hand, then you're defenseless in war. So you have to just fight with a sword, and that's it. And that means their army can wipe you out easily. That's what's going on. So, what happens? Read on.
And when he numbered them in Bezek, the children of Israel were 300,000, and the men of Judah 30,000.
So it shows you also that Israel, the northern kingdom, and Judah were 2 separate tribes and families. Judah stayed to themselves, and all the other tribes were connected during Saul's time. Read on.
And they said unto the messengers that came, Thus shall ye say unto the men of Jabesh Gilead, Tomorrow, by that time the sun be hot, ye shall have help. And the messengers came and shewed it to the men of Jabesh, and they were glad. Therefore the men of Jabesh said, Tomorrow we will come out unto you, and ye shall do with us as that seemed good unto you. And it was so on the morrow that Saul put the people in 3 companies, and they came into the midst of the host in the morning watch, and slew the Amorites until the heat of the day. And it came to pass that they which remained were scattered so that 2 of them were not left together.
So I'm not going any further in the chapter, but this is when Saul took out Nahash's army and they fled, and to the point where it wasn't 2 running together. They were scattered completely. With that being said, nothing was heard of from Ammon until now that we're at 2 Samuel chapter 10. But the hostilities were still there. Beef wasn't finished. What David was trying to do was this is an opportunity to create some peace between us. Let me send some ambassadors down to Ammon because the beef is still here. Everybody, Ammon just kind of stayed in their place and we stayed in our place. Let's sit back here and send this ambassador to them, show good faith, show goodwill. But this is why Hanan's advisor, like, man, these guys have to get us. They whipped on us down 10, 15 years ago. We ain't never forget 9/11. 9/11, we got smacked up on.
Yeah.
We ain't forgotten. Watch out, Hanun. These guys are still out to get us.
Remember the Alabama?
Now they're going to sit back here and go into our temple, our Ramoth Gilead, which is the home base, and take us out. So now Hanun's all turned up, and watch what he does in 2 Samuel chapter 10, verse 4.
Verse 4. Wherefore Hanun took David's servants and shaved off 1/2 of their beards.
That's disgraceful,
Right.
to shave a man's beard half, you looking all weird out.
Right.
It's fortunate. You're going to have to shave it off and start over again.
Yeah, you got 1/2 a beard.
Yes, you got to just shave it off and look at a little baby again, and start over, and that's embarrassing, and that's a shameful thing to do.
You know, the definition of beard is a badge of manly dignity. So by taking off a man's beard like that, you're taking away his manhood.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying you're only half a man. You're not a whole man. You know what I'm saying?
And they knew that. The rest of the world didn't necessarily follow this policy, but they knew that about us. And that's why they deliberately did that, to break us, to humiliate us, and to let David know that we weren't playing with you. Read on.
And cut off their garments in the middle, even to their buttocks, and sent them away.
So they cut the garment out to where their butt was showing out.
That's shame, man.
That's shameful. And they harassed them, they dirty rugged them, and they sent them out. And all David tried to do was establish some type of ambassadors of peace. Hey, I just want to sit back and let you know, Hanun, we're cool. I feel bad that your father died. But they weren't having none of that. Read on.
When they told it unto David, he sent to meet them, because the men were greatly ashamed. And the king said, Tarry at Jericho until your beards be grown, and then return.
What he's saying is, listen, man, he sent men to come and meet them at Jericho. He said, stay here, and then tarry here, let your beards grow, get it back right, then come back to your city and to your land. Okay? Then David said, get the strap out. like 50 said, get the strap, now we got to test these guys. Just stay at Jericho, get your beards right, y'all ambassadors. We're going to get these dudes.
No shave November.
That's so read verse 6.
And when the children of Ammon saw that they stank before David.
That's what David said, let's get them out. We're going to get these dudes. You know what stinks. That was a dirty ass play. Get the strap. We're going to get them. Read on.
The children of Ammon sent and hired the Syrians of Beth Real.
What's crazy is I gotta get some hired guns now. He's because you know the Ammonites knew that they couldn't do it alone. He said, man, we got to pay for some warriors. We ain't gonna be able to get them. We gotta get some mercs out here, because we don't stand a chance against these boys, one-on-one. Read on.
And the Syrians of Zobah, 20,000.
So they went and got a bunch of Syrian help. They paid. What they're saying is they paid for mercenaries, but what they really did is sent the money to the king. They paid the king, and the king sent their men for hire to go down there and get it done. But they really paid the kings to send men from their own vastness of troops. Obviously, the Syrians had a reputation of being rougher individuals. Okay, and so now that's what's happening. They sent the Syrians of Betharab and Zobah. Read on.
20,000 footmen, and of King Machai 1,000 men, and of Ishtar 12,000 men.
So they sent a bunch of men that were vassals, or kings that were vassals of the Syrian Empire. No, that's later. Select. They hired these kings to send their men down, and there was 3 different battalions or groups of Syrians that came down to help from Betharab, Zobah, and King Macab's men. So let's keep going.
And when David heard of it, he sent Joab and all the host of the mighty men.
So we sent his number one guy, his dog Joab. Now what this is also showing, it says, when David heard of it, he sent Joab and all the host of the mighty men. And we talked about in the title of the class about the climax of David's reign. We also have to understand this is the first time that David didn't sit back and lead from the front. He's starting to not lead from the front all the time. So this is when now I'm going to send Joab out and the men to go to war at this time. He's starting to not lead from the front right here. But what he did, the next fight he led himself. But this is when he's starting to show signs that I'm just going to stay back and kind of chill out a little bit. So the Most High always was protecting him and looking after him when he led the wars from the front. And this is the first one he didn't. He let Joab and Abishai run it. Let's keep going.
Verse 8. And the children of Ammon came out and put the battle in array at the entering in of the gate.
So what it's saying is that they sat back here, entered into the gate. The people of Ammon, they met the Jews at the gate, which was at Ramoth. Ramoth Gibeah is right here. They got out and they're ready to go to war out in front of their city. Read on.
And the Syrians of Zobah and of Rehob and of Ishtar and Ma'akah were by themselves in the field.
They were in the field, and I think I just want to make matter of fact, hold that, go to 1 Chronicles 19 verse 6 down to 9. No, verse 10. This gives a little more details about what happened.
So 1 Chronicles 19?
19 verse 6. 19 verse 6.
1 Chronicles chapter 19 and verse 6. And when the children of Ammon saw that they had made themselves odious to David, Hanan and the children of Ammon sent 1,000 talents of silver to hire them chariots and horsemen out of Mesopotamia, and out of Syria,
Ma'akah,
and out of Zobah.
Now this verse gives more explanation, where the other ones that they hired men from these places of Syria. He said they dropped 1,000 talents of silver. That's big money out. That's big money. I think they said it was like $1 million worth of silver at the time. Mm-hmm. They went all in to sit back here for Hanun to show that he was a big dog leader, and they sit back here and got all these Syrian warriors from the king of Syria to sit back here and post up and fight Israel. Read on.
So they hired 30 and 2,000 chariots, and the king of Ma'achah and his people who came and pitched before
Medeba. Now Medeba is right here southwest of Rabath Ammon, which is the headquarters of Ammon. So Ammon's headquarters is here. The Syrians were southwest of them at Medeba. So now you have, when Joab came out here to fight Ammon up front, they realized they had to fight in two fronts. They had to split their battalions. Joab and them weren't ready to sit back here and fight on two fronts because they didn't know they had Syria ready to go. They went to go to sit back here and fight Ammon right here and didn't realize that they had these Syrians holding down the post behind them. Okay, read on.
And the children of Ammon gathered themselves together from their cities and came to battle.
So they came to battle, the Ammonites, out in front of the city walls, where the Syrians were behind them to the back. Read on.
And when David heard of it, he sent Joab and all the host of the mighty men. And the children of Ammon came out and put the battle in array before the gate of the city. And the kings that were come were by themselves in the field. Now when Joab...
The kings of Syria were in the field in Medeba, southwest of the Ammonite city of Rabbah. Read on.
Now when Joab saw that the battle was set against him before and behind...
So now Joab found out that he had two fronts to cover. Read on.
He chose out of all the choice of Israel and put them in array against Syria, against the Syrians.
So Joab said, okay, I got me and the most ruggedest dogs got to fight these Syrians. Because them dudes was the challenge. We got to take these dogs, we got to take these guys over here, bring the top men so we can take out these Syrians. Read on.
The rest of the people he delivered into the hand of Abishai, his brother.
So Abishai, you take these Ammonites because they ain't the same challenge as these Syrians. So we want to split fronts. You take a battalion, I take a battalion. Read on.
And they set themselves in array against the children of Ammon. And he said, if the Syrians be too strong for me, then thou shalt help me.
He says, if I'm having problems with these Syrians, stop what you're doing and help us. Read on.
But if the children of Ammon be too strong for thee, then I will help thee.
And we'll stop what we're doing and we'll go and sit back here and double down and protect y'all. We have to keep to this back. Read on.
Be of good carriage, and let us behave ourselves valiantly for our people and for the cities of our power.
He says, you got to understand, we got to sit back here and fight for our people because right next to Ammon was who? Gad and Reuben and Manasseh. So if they didn't sit back here and subdue these guys, their brothers in the east were going to be exposed to Ammon starting to take more land and positioning. And they understood that. Read on.
And let the Lord do that which is good in his sight.
Come. Hold that. Now we go back to 2 Samuel chapter 10 and verse 8. 2 Samuel 10 and 8.
2 Samuel chapter 10 and verse 8. And the children of Ammon came out and put the battle in array at the entering in of the gate. And the Syrians of Zophah and of Rehob and Ishtar and Mechad were by themselves in the field. When Joab saw that the front of the battle was against him before and behind, he chose of all the choice men of Israel and put them in array against the Syrians. And the rest of the people he delivered into the hand of Abishai his brother, that he might put them in array against the children of Ammon. And he said, if the Syrians be too strong for me, then thou shalt help me. But if the children of Ammon be too strong for thee, then I will come and help thee. Be of good carriage, and let us play the men for our people and for the cities of our power.
And he says we got to fight and behave valiantly for the people. It was said in two different ways, but he said we got to fight for our people because if we don't fight this, they're going to keep taking territory. Well, they're going to start taking territory.
The other verse he said, let us behave ourselves for our people. And here he says, let us play the men for our people.
And the play is still fight.
Right.
And stand up for each other. Even when they was at the pool, the watering hole, when they said that Ishbosheth's people with Abner and Joab's sons, and Joab's brothers, they're like, let's go play.
Let's play.
Let's play with these our little dudes. Let's go see what whose young men will last in the fight. Anyway, I don't want to take you from the point. Let's keep going in 2 Samuel 10.
And the Lord do that which seemeth him good.
God.
And Joab drew nigh, and the people that were with him, unto the battle against the Syrians. And they fled before him.
So Joab started wiping out these Syrians, and they started running.
You know why? Because I forgot where it is. I can't recall it. But it says that when you got hired servants, people that are hired mercenaries, they don't really care for the people as much or invested as much into the people that are actually living.
They're doing it for a paycheck.
Yeah, they're doing it for a check. They're not. Their heart is not necessarily going to be as adamant when it comes to let's put my life on the line.
Yeah.
But when you are fighting for a cause that's greater than just financial gain, then that gives you more enthusiasm to be behind this fight.
You're gonna take some more risk.
You're gonna take more risk, and you're willing to jeopardize yourself in greater terms when it's your life on the line, your family's life on the line, your kids on the line, your neighborhood on the line.
You know these Syrians are like, man, why am I killing myself? These dudes is putting it on the side.
I got a house.
I'm getting that.
Yeah, I got a house.
I'm getting the hell out of here, bro.
Yeah.
We good. They're getting out of here,
They're
right?
getting outta here.
Why mess around with this?
Why jeopardize your where you stand at for the sake of some extra money?
He's like, hey, I showed up, man.
Hey, that was just overtime. I just put in some overtime hours. And that was just overtime money.
Listen, man, this is play money. I don't need a vacation that much.
They don't need it that bad, man.
That's funny.
You know what I'm saying? But when the heart's not there, and it says that also in John 10, it says for when the hired servant, the hireling, he said he will flee when danger comes. Go to John chapter 10 real quick, and let's read that. It says, St. John chapter 10, verse 12. 11 and 12.
I get it. I read it. I am the good shepherd.
That's Christ speaking. Go ahead.
The good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep.
It says a good leader giveth his life for the sheep. Go ahead.
He that is a hireling.
But hireling is a paid servant, a mercenary, somebody who's paid to do a job. Go ahead.
And not the shepherd.
And he's not the shepherd. He's not responsible. Read.
Whose own the sheep or not.
It says these ain't my sheep. Go ahead.
Seeth the wolf coming.
He see danger coming. Go ahead.
And leaveth the sheep.
Go ahead.
And fleeth.
Go ahead.
And the wolf catcheth them, and scattereth the sheep.
Go ahead.
The hireling fleeth.
It says the hired servant fleeth. Why?
Because he is an hireling, and careth not for the sheep.
And he cared not for the sheep. So somebody that's hired to do a job is not going to be as passionate as somebody who's involved with the caretaking.
Completely invested.
And completely invested into the care of the body. You know what I'm saying? And that's why these Syrians, they seen Joab coming, they got out of there.
They fought a little bit in, cling, cling. And then they realized, okay, man, this shit ain't working, bro.
No, these guys, they
ain't folding like we thought they was gonna fold. Right? After a couple clings and a couple bloods and guts coming out, man, they're like, man, we good. Right? Get out of here.
You can see that with the Russians versus the Ukrainians.
Ukrainians, yeah.
You know, they were heavily outgunned.
The hired guns, the mercs are trying to get out of there.
Yep.
To the point where they're sitting back here, the ranking captains of the Ukrainian army are like, they're being told all deserters get shot, even though there's no way for them to win. They're saying, listen, this is what they're saying. Check this out. This is what they're saying. The captains. This is what the captains. When the firefights are getting heavy and Russia's dropping megaton bombs and making life really jacked up, the ranking men say, listen, I just got a call from headquarters. I got to go back to headquarters. We have an emergency meeting. You, young officer, you're the new captain in charge until I get back. Nobody deserts or they get shot. I'm out. And they said they have a habit of never coming back. The head captains leave. They said they got a call from Zelensky. Zelensky's on the line. I got to get the call from Zelensky. I'll be right back. But you guys hold it down. And they never come back. They said it's happened multiple times on the war front. And these guys have to sit back here, get bombarded, and Zelensky and the officials in Ukraine are saying, you got to fight to the death for Ukraine. But everybody else is chilling, eating chicken on the side, at home, or at their little headquarters in their bomb shelters, but the people are getting killed, and all the guys from Russia, Britain and America and France, these soldiers of fortune come out here for pay. You know, they were like, this is bullshit. I'm out here getting blasted on, and the captains are leaving. It's a herky-jerky shit show. The guy that's in charge don't know what he's doing. What am I doing out here?
You got to reevaluate.
And then, listen, but then the thing, you got to get past everybody that's got the shoot order if you leave. That's what was happening in Mariupol, when they were in these underground tunnels, sitting back here under siege for 2 months. The reason this war's been going on so long, because they've been underground. They had these underground tunnels in Mariupol that they were just holding under in a foxhole. They had supplies, and they stayed there till supplies ran out. And then what are they going to do next? And Russia was sending these phosphorus bombs, starting fires that they couldn't stop. You saw those charred bodies online, People were getting murdered and killed. It was so bad, they said, well, we can't do it no more. 2,500 men gave up. That was a death blow to them, But they had to, everybody was like, Ukraine is winning the war. No, they're not. They just had to wait these guys out. They were underground,
That's politics.
They were hiding underground, waiting for American supplies to come in to help take them out. So those little victories, those little bombs that blew up, those Islander missiles that were blowing up a couple boats, they got them. But the crazy thing is this: America's been sending $40 billion worth of supplies to Ukraine, and guess what's happening? They can't get it to Ukraine. So they've been sending them to Serbia, and Serbia, the people that have been taking it from there, selling half the items in the black market.
Trapping them.
They're trapping. They're selling half to the black market. The others they're trying to send up there, but Russia's infiltrating and blowing up the passenger ships to get the cargo. They're blowing up the cargo ships, so they don't have any supplies to fight. The food is dwindling. The supplies in the ground is dwindling. They're in trouble. They already took over Odessa. They already took the south, which is Odessa, the south port city. Now they're getting the east. They finally took Mariupol, the southeast port city. Now Russia has all the east and the south locked down. And they just keep going in. Keep going in. It's over, bro.
Then they gonna come back to Kyiv.
Now America's sitting back here telling them, okay, you might need to start talking about peace treaties. And all that means is you're giving up the east and the west, my G. I mean, you give up the east and the south. All the places where you can make the money. The money is in the ports. If you don't have the port cities, you don't have nothing. The only thing left they got is their grain harvest, and Russia blew that up. So they have 2022 is bad for grains, just so y'all know.
No cereal. No
the grain is going to be low and low by 2022. You ain't going hard to get bread, huh?
It's already low.
I know. It's already low. And there's nothing for next year. Because the grain supply just got wiped out by Russia. Because Ukraine is like one of the world's biggest producers of grain. And there ain't no grain over there.
You need grain also to feed cattle.
I know.
Yeah.
You need fertilizer that Russia has control for the land and the crops. Yeah. There's a lot of bad things coming out. It's happening out. Just a little. I know we keep talking about Russia, but and Ukraine, but this is real. I take it out for a purpose.
Kind of matters right
It's
now.
happening out. And when things start collapsing, it was said first online that this is why it's happening. This is why these collapses are happening. Listen, when Saudi starts, when they really go to BRICS out, it's over. The dollar is going to be nothing after a while. Anyway, we're about to have third world problems here. That's not a cool thing. So now we're at 2 Samuel, chapter 11, 10 and 13, right? Read that.
And Joab drew nigh, and the people that were with him, unto the battle against the Syrians, and they fled before him.
So Joab and his men took down the Syrians and pushed them off. Read on.
And when the children of Ammon saw that the Syrians were fled.
So the children of Ammon were right here. They were watching the Syrians fight over there. So now they see the Syrians running away. Something like this. We're sitting here fighting the Jews. The Syrians over here, they look like this. They're like this, or they're like, they're getting the hell out of here. They're like, what the hell are we doing? Watch what happens. I can just imagine this side. This is the front view. This their passes back here. They're here. The people are down here in Syria. They're losing. They're running back up north because that's where their land is. So what do? Read on.
Then fled they also before Abishai and entered into the city.
The Abbas, they just left Abishai. They left the fighting there and went right to their place. Close the doors. Hurry up and close these doors. Close these damn doors. They got them all in and they closed the door. Syria's running home up north. And this is what's happened. Read on.
So Joab returned from the children of Ammon and came to Jerusalem.
Now what's happening is Joab left. And what you're going to read in chapter 11 and 1 is one of the reasons they didn't pursue Ammon and start seizing the city because it was the weather was changing. It was turning into winter. And you don't want to sit back here and go to war in winter. Supplies. What's that? You don't do that. You wait till the spring to start. And war season is in the spring. It ain't in the fall and the winter. You would lose that trying to seize a temple or seize a damn stronghold in the middle of winter. That's not good strategy. So what they did is they won the victory. They went back home to get set up for later. Read on.
And when the Syrians saw that they were smitten before Israel, they gathered themselves together. And Hadar Ezer.
Yeah, Hadazarer. Whatever. Hadarazar, I said it wrong. Yeah.
Sent and brought out the Syrians that were beyond the river.
So they sat back here and got more Syrians that were beyond the Euphrates. The Syrians got pissed off. And we got to sit back here and we got smoked too much. This is embarrassing. We got to sit back here and bring a stronger crew of Syrians against the Jews. Read on.
And they came to Helam and Shobath, the captain of the host of Hadarazar. How you say his name again?
Hadarazar or Razir.
Hadarazar went before them. And when it was told David, he gathered all Israel together and passed over Jordan and came to Helam.
So this one, David got in. He said, no, we're going to have to finish these damn Syrians off, because the Syrians obviously had a greater reputation of being fighters than the Ammonites. So now when the Syrians sat back here and brought more people on board, it was time to sit back here and take these guys real serious. Let me see. Let me see. I want to do. Let's go to Josephus, book 7, chapter 6, paragraph 3. We're almost done. We're just going to finish this chapter off, and we'll be done.
You said book 7 what?
Book 7, chapter 6, paragraph 3.
Page 192.
Paragraph 3.
Yes, this defeat.
With this marriage, the Most High was not well pleased.
No, I'm sorry. 7, 6, and 3. This defeat. Chapter 6. Paragraph.
I
Book
got it.
7.
This defeat did not still induce the Ammonites to be quiet, nor to own those that were superior to them to be so, and be still. But they sent to Chalaman, the king of the Syrians, beyond Euphrates, and hired for an auxiliary.
So what I want to make sure I clarified is that the Syrians didn't make this battle just because they want to fight. The Ammonites went back here and paid for some more soldiers from the Syrians to come down and fight the Jews again. So it still came from the Ammonites, that the fact that the Syrians came down and got more forces to come down and challenge the Jews a second time. Okay, read on.
He had Sabbath for the captain of his hosts, with 80,000 footmen and 10,000 horsemen. Now when the king of the Hebrews understood that the Ammonites had again gathered so great an army together, he determined to make war with them no longer by his generals.
He said, no, I can't sit back here and just have Joab and Abishai do this. I got to go out here and get this damn thing done. So we got pulled into it again, but it was really coming from Ammon hiring more Syrian muscle to kind of defeat the Jews. Read on.
But he passed over the river Jordan himself with all his army, and when he met them by his joint battle with them, and overcame them, and slew 40,000 of their footmen,
crazy, huh?
And 7,000 of their horsemen.
But he had a bloody damn reign on. Truly a bloody reign on. Read on.
He also wounded Shabash, the general of the Chalaman's forces, who died of that stroke. But the people of Mesopotamia, upon such a conclusion of the battle, delivered themselves up to David.
So people of Mesopotamia were those people that were beyond the river Euphrates.
Go.
And they realized, you know what, bro, you guys are smoking us. It doesn't make sense to go to war with you, man. I know we got paid by Ammon again, but we're going to make peace with you. That's what's going to happen.
Smart play.
It was a smart play. Read on. So once the captain got killed, they said, time out. That's it. Time out. We got to talk this over. Read on.
And sent him presents, who at wintertime returned to Jerusalem.
Remember I talked about that wintertime? They went back and fought. Luckily, they were able to finish off this second battle before it got too cold. Okay? But the Syrians made peace with David. They were able to sit back here at wintertime, get back to Jerusalem before the weather got too bad. Read on.
Go.
But at the beginning of the spring, he sent Joab, the captain of his host, to fight against the Ammonites, who overran all their countries and laid it waste.
So he says, when the spring came in, now it's time to bring Joab and finish these Ammonites off. David had to go out there to help take out these Syrians that were hired by Ammon. But when the spring came in, the snow melted. Now we take out Ammon, the root of the problem. Read on.
And shut them up in their metropolis, Rabbah, and besieged them therein.
Rabbath was there. He closed them up, and then they besieged the city, and they took them over in their city. Hold that, or let that go, and go back now to 2 Samuel chapter 10 and verse 15. No, not 15. Verse 17. We'll go 17 to 19 and we'll go from there.
2 Samuel chapter 10 and verse 17. And when it was told David, he gathered all Israel together and passed over Jordan, and came to Helam. And the Syrians set themselves in array against David, and fought with him. And the Syrians fled before Israel, and David slew the men of 700 chariots of the Syrians, and 40,000 footmen, and smote Sabbath, the captain of their host, who died there. And when all the kings that were servants to Hadarezer,
what it means is these guys were vassals of Hadarezer. What it's like, Hadarezer was the king of the Syrian territory, and obviously these vassals were under and subjects to Hadarezer. So all those men who were under these kings, these low-level vassals were still kings that had to sit back here and come and bow the knee to David. Read on.
Saw that they were smitten before Israel, they made peace with Israel and served them.
So what's crazy is those vassals became David's vassals. Read on.
So the Syrians feared to help the children of Ammon anymore.
I don't care how much money you send to us. We ain't sitting back here and fighting for y'all, man. If y'all want to take them, y'all get off your ass and fight.
We want to be with the winning team.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We giving our bread to them now.
Yeah.
Messing with y'all. Now the king is serious. Like, I'm losing vassals because of y'all. This is ridiculous.
Money is lost.
I lost a lot of money. Whatever money I got, I lost in losing another kingship under my power and tutelage. I'm losing money. I ain't making money. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense, man. That's what the nations think. So what we read in the last part of the Antiques of the Jews was that when the spring kicked in, Joab and them went back to fight the Ammonites. That's talked about in chapter 11, and that whole exchange deals with when now Joab and them go out to war again, and David sits back again, he's chilling again. But he was showing you he was already in the mindset of taking it easy, and he was only getting pulled out when he had to get pulled out. And that laxness was the beginning of his fall that he talks about in chapter 11. He gets comfortable, he gets laxed, and that's a little folding of the hands, a little somewhere to sleep. Now you on the rooftops looking at dames, huh? That's what ends up happening.
Yeah.
So that's why I said this class about the climax of his reign, because going into next week, he starts to show the downfall of his reign and where he fell, and one of the 2 times he really made big mistakes in the eyes of the Heavenly Father.
So he was at his peak, and he was diligent in war.
And he was leading from the front.
And
then when he started coasting it and taking it easy and letting Joab do all the heavy lifting, is when the Most High stung him. But we'll go into that in more detail on Saturday. What we're going to do now is send our prayers up, make sure we give the Most High's praise, and then we go from there. Israel, Majim. Everyone to Majim this one. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh, please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharala. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always. Forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. Hahawa Nathon Anawa. Hathawa.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the law.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathulanawa. Award. Lara'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the light to see.
Number 3. Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathulanawa. Ha'ayom. Warab. Ha'ayim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathulanawa. Sheman. Zayat. Lamashah. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Sir. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning. And thy faithfulness. Every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither let the fool understand this. When the wicked spring is the grass. And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish. It is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shall not exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire. On my enemies. And my ears shall hear. My desire. Of the wicked. That rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord. Shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They should be fat and flourishing. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. B'Shem Yahshai. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hama'ayawa, Laduan, Hana, Ma, Tawab, Wama, Ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Hashaman, Hatawab, Ayo, Ara'ash, Yarad, Ayo, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayaran, Ayo, Paya, Manawakiwa, Kator, Karamwan, Shayaran, Ayo, Aroya, Zayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawah, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Halawalo, B'Shem Yahshai.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment. As the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai. Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai. Wachlo. Washralim. Wabiat. Support. Turn.
Right?
Turn to the right. Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai. Wachlo. Washralim. Wabiat. Support. Turn
To the right.
Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai. Wachlo. Washralim. Wabiat. Support. Turn. Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai. Wachlo. Washralim. Wabiat. Support. Turn. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh Shai.
Barakatah Yahweh Shai.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh Shai.
Barakatah Yahweh Shai.
All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all mercy, all patience, all power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. By Hashem, Yahweh Shai, the water, the Yad, Aman. Circle up.
Men circle up. Sisters have a seat.
Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, Walker Yasha'ala, Men of Israel, Muslim, Barak,
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatah.
Kum Yasha'ala,
Kum Yasha'ala.
Kum Yasha'ala,
Kum Yasha'ala.
Kum Yasha'ala,
Kum Yasha'ala.
That just means, protect Most High Christ.
Most High Christ bless you.
Bless you.
Most High Christ bless us.
Come. And then rise Israel, rise Israel, rise Israel. Okay.
And just explain the four corners real quick.
Okay.
Mom Shabbat.
Slag, I'm sorry about that. The four corners are we're blessing the house of books. So
Around the four corners of the
the
earth.
four corners of the earth, there's schools that teach this information across the world. So we're sending a blessing from the Most High to all those schools, and they're blessing back, of course. And do the four corners of the earth.
Yes.
And then we bless each other with the holy kiss. We don't physically kiss, but we salute each other biblically.
Yes.
All right, and now we're gonna send that same prayer for protection. The Most High in Christ watch over
And
the
sending
sisters.
us blessing to the sisters.
Yeah, that's what we say in Hebrew.
Okay, sisters. Stand, please.
Please stand, men of Israel, turn, face the sisters. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Muslim, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Eloheinu B'Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Shema Eloheinu B'Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Fall out. Israel Thwada for tuning in. See y'all on Monday for class 7:30 to 10. Shalom.